spell winstrates correctly? I think I did. Whatever. If I spelt it right, I spelt it right. If I didn't, I didn't. I don't care. Whatever. Fuck! Don't care. I do not care. Do not care. Do not care. Oh, man. But get through some of these fucking edited VODs. I need to fucking get through a bunch of shit, bro. Well, luckily today is not going to be too long of a stream. Or, not too long of a stream, rather. Probably, it's not going to be too much to talk about, rather. Although, more importantly, we need to think about how we're going to fucking beat the winstrates. Game Boy. Because we want to beat them right now. Why? I want those fucking megastones. There are megastones that we need to acquire. Very, very important that we need to acquire some megastones, folks. Let me tell you, folks. Critical. What's up, Zane? Oh, so yeah, I'm a bit late. Mostly procrastinated. But, you know. Haha, we started. Yeah, we're gonna get some megastones. We're gonna eat them. Alright, there's one or two videos that I want to take a look at. It's either a video about 2008 or a video on the feminist to far-right pipeline. I don't know which one we want to do. Many decisions, many trees. Well, folks, let me tell you, it's going to be very important that we eat some stones, folks. Very critical, let me tell you. All right. Well, we just got our massive pickup of TMs. Do I have the setup moves? I should have gotten a bunch of setup moves from Daisuke, but I don't have, like, Calm Mind and shit. Oh, I know. He gives me loaded dice and stuff. Never mind. What do I get, like, calm mind and shit? Oh! Never mind. We have to go take on Ursula in Verdanturf Town to get our setup moves. Okay, we're gonna do that first. Yeah, we're gonna do that first because we need to. We need those setup moves. Which means we need to come up with a strategy that, I don't know, destroys a bunch of Oricorio that are holding a bunch of fucking Charty Berries. We can just electric spam then. Just click the discharge button. Maybe I want to grab the Mega Manectric first. So we'll just do the winstartes first instead. It's okay if we don't get these immediately. It's not the end of the world. And now we have Boy Meets Mini being cringe! Cringe and liberal, as always. Cringe meets Mini. I need the Mega Stones because I have to be racist. With these stones, I can optimize my racism output. Very important that I have my stones. Liquidation. Megastone sounds like a perfect name for a weed brownie. I don't think you want that to be a weed brownie, I'm not gonna lie. That sounds horrible. We're gonna teach you Poltergeist. There's Bitterblade, finally. Goodbye, Flare Blitz. Hello, Bitterblade. Poltergeist is around here somewhere. Here's Poltergeist. Wow. That completes a bunch of people. Reminds me, you need to not be...
Dar's gonna be pressing a lot of keys really fast. He loves pressing keys, folks, let me tell you.
Ow! Ow! What? does Weavile learn any actual fucking useful moves? When do you get triple axle? Never. No triple axle. What the? It's cringe. Krungus. Kring. Fiery Wrath. Interesting. That's Galarian Moltres' signature move. We'll take Fiery Wrath. Let's see. What can I teach Slacking? I can teach it fairy moves. Can I teach anyone Body Slam? Fairy type Body Slam on Altaria seems really fucking sick, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Teach Foul Play to a bunch of different people. Oh, I do have knockoff for Weavile. Lovely. Turn on you is not terrible. Will-O-Wisp on Altaria is interesting. Splooge Bomb. Ugh. Alright, next batch. You just need Slack Off. No Slack Off yet? No Slack Off? Sucker Punch. This thing has base 130 attack and crunch just a stupid fuck ton of damage. I could just keep the Thunder Fang and the Ice Fang and just get rid of Psychic Fangs and have some priority on this thing. I think that's probably fine. Zing Zap. Zing Zap is an interesting move, but what? Stab. This gets boosted by 50% with Strong Jaw. So that'll go up to 90... 97? 98? The emote you just made. That's a pretty good emote. Cope? That's a good one. That's a good emote. And Zing Zap's not going to be as strong as that. Destiny Bond is an interesting move. On Gengar. Gengar can make a lot of use of Destiny Bond. Of Esteban Bonebly Bond. Esteban Bonebly Beastabon Benibilis. Don't really want that. Ion Deluge is a shitty move, but Parabolic Charge is not terrible. I'll take Parabolic Charge. It's a Giga Drain move on a Pokemon that normally can't really heal all that much except through its ability. Okay, acceptable. Can I teach Gengar Aura Sphere? We're gonna give it Sludge Bomb. More Splooge. How about Hyper Voice for you? There's Aura Sphere. Well, that both answers two questions. Yes, Gengar can get Aura Sphere. So could Hisuian Zoroark. Coop. The only move that you really need is something. Be like Stealth Rock or something. You just need Slack Off. Right? Out on.
Cope and Seethe, Jack.
That's true. You don't get Slack Off for a long time. Cringe. No, you don't learn it. We have to teach it by tutor breeding. It's by breeding. Well, you're gonna be missing an important move for a while. That's a third batch down.
Well, let me tell you, folks, very important that we get all of this bullshit done with.
I need to teach you Drain Punch. Earthquake for Garganachi. We don't need Earthquake on Garganachi. I will teach it Body Press, though. Play Rough for Mawile. Very good. And now Violet's here. That Krungus Bungus McChungus. That El Kringaroni. It's okay. We have a pretty chill day today. Not a lot going on today, to be honest. off to conk. Too late. Boy Meets Mini is already more cringe than you, so... Oh, wait, I didn't read, honestly. I was not reading at all. Boy Meets Mini was already being cringe. Right, okay. You're too late. It's, you're already more cringe than I am. Alright, Garganacci gets body press. We love pressing bodies, don't we? Pressing them into a fine paste. Don't you flush that, Violet, or I will make Boy Meets Mini ban you. I'll do it. I will. Four of them are Minecraft RP. Well. Oh, don't worry with the... Listen, we'll eventually get the little fucking gremlins coming into YouTube chat, I assume. Probably in the next day or two. Because of the recent video that was released on the channel. Because I think it's about as provocative as the first Asmongold fucking... video that also hit like 2,500 views. Listen, I understand. I'm just humble background noise, and I'm okay with that. Do not want to ring out. What's my moveset on this thing? I am quite alright with this current moveset. Ban. That's a ban. Ban. Boy Meets Mini ban. There's a flush. Ban. Even though they didn't understand what they're flushing for, doesn't matter, ban. I should make that a funny bot command. Probably. There's probably a lot of things that I should do. Do I want close combat? Over Encore? Yes. I do want close combat over Encore. Brave Bird. Well, that's gonna get replaced with Iron Defense Body Press, probably. Someone banned them. Iron Defense. Body Press. The classic combo. Probably give you T-Bolt. You're fine. You need Calm Mind? We're gonna get Calm Mind relatively soon. I forgot to do the fucking Oricorio meme battle, so we'll do that. Do I want to give Roost to Gliscor? Or just stick with Protect? I don't know. T-Bolt for Starmie. We love finally completing people's fucking movesets. Although Flip Turn is still good on Starmie. But, we'll just go with this instead.
Okay.
Bro? Damn. Unlucky? Skill issue? I don't know. Okay, we need to replace your ability. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You don't matter. You're good. 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 Alright. That's one box of shitters, all pretty much perfect and good to go. Now, ability patch for you. You go back to sharpness. One box of shitters taken care of. On to the next box. I'm definitely going to get myself a fucking Hydreigon. Well, you're just jorking it crazy style or something. I don't know. Jorking it with date peanuts. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not gonna get Hydreigon yet. It's level 60, isn't it? When it evolves. I'm gonna shit my pants. I'll do it! I'll do it live! I will shit myself now. Alright. I did it. Acrobatics? We're gonna teach you probably Flare Blitz, but eventually you get Pyro Ball. I think this thing learns Pyro Ball. I'd rather have Pyro Ball. Drain Punch. I don't need Drain Punch. You should shit yourself now! Just want to see what moveset does the Clefable have. Moonblast, Teleport. Oh no, your moveset's perfect because you're the unaware set. Yeah, we want T-Wave, we want Soft Boiled. TP is good, and Moonblast is always necessary. Okay. Flare Blitz for the Infernape. I'll keep Taunt for now because Taunt's just good. Anyone who can learn Knockoff? Or do I want Knockoff? I'll keep it T-Wave. Do I want Knockoff on Sneasler? Over Thunder Punch? I'm just intending to just let this be like just a strong, solid choice band attacker, so in reality, Knockoff would be way useless than Thunder Punch. If I was doing Siege shenanigans, then yes, I would probably stick with Thunder Punch, but I'm not doing Siege shenanigans. Even though we have access to better seed terrain setters. I think we probably are okay for now. Yeah, I think these guys are all good. Ability check. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Dragon should only have one ability, and that is Levitate. Yeah, just Levitate, so. All of these guys are good. Oh, you evolve into fucking Hydreigon at level 59, so just as we get to Norman is when you become Hydreigon. Well, bastard. You know, there's only one person to blame for stuff like this, and that is the Fordnet. That son of a bitch. Is who I blame. That fucking son of a puto. That fucking goddamn motherfucker. Your favorite current FPS games. Very cool. Gray Zone Warfare. Isn't that shit that Beer Bash also plays or something? See? My fucking racist clocking abilities have never failed me. See? This is why you need to be a critical racist theorist like me, so you can catch out Boy Meets Mini for doing racist things. Like playing, slop or some, I don't know, whatever. I'm being facetious. That's a Bax. I'll take Glaive Rush. Listen, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying words. There's Drakloak. This is the non-shiny version, which means it's the physical one. But you're still kind of useless until you become Dragapult, so whatever. We will fix you idiots soon enough. And it will be a significant amount of fixing. But for now, you are both still entirely fucking useless. Oh, what do I want to teach you? I don't even know. Just go body press for now. We have iron defense on this thing. Body press. You wouldn't press your own body on other people now, would you, Smile? You wouldn't go around pressing bodies onto people, Smile. So we're about to also get our hands onto King Gambit now. Fucking flushing that, shaking my fucking head. Why are you flushing that? being fucking horny. It's illegal to be horny in this shit. Everyone knows this. So unfortunately now your life is forfeit. Alright, boy, you know what to do, Boy Meets Mini. It's time to a super permanent ban of Violet. Kowtow Cleave. Now, do I want knockoff or do
Your
I want
life is
Kowtow?
nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now.
Now! I agree. Now! Leveling up Pokemon. I don't need Pin Missile. Level 62 is when you finally get Recover, and then we can do Toxapex shenanigans, like be really stupid and annoying. Which is my favorite thing to do, is be really dumb and annoying. Earthquake? Don't mind if I do. Alright, well, we got King Gambit now. Very cool. You're good. We want Supreme Overlord on you. Because that ability is just fucking broken. Fucking almost lost to main lean because of that fucking dumbass ability. How can, how did you get 6-0'd by King Gambit? It had Supreme Overlord fully stacked. Ah. Classic. Smoking duck gif emoji. Fucking stupid ass duck. Holy quacker moly. Am I right? Holy quack. Moly. Okay, let's draw. Let's draw. Draw. Let's draw. Hydro Pump. I don't need Hydro Pump. I took the fucking Clefable. I don't need the Clefable. Holy quacker moly. Huh? Fire Spin? More like fucking cringe. Stupid. Boom Burst, huh? Yes. Shift Gear. Okay. When am I getting Rage Fist? You don't need any of this shit. I should have Drain Punch around here somewhere. There's Drain Punch. You need Drain Punch. For sure, for your moveset to work. Then we have the dumbass Mantine. Flip turn. Roost. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, it's boop, boop, boop. boop, boop. You need something besides the stuff. So what you need is Solar Beam. So you're fine for now. Rage Fist is what you need, and you already have Drain Punch. You also need Rage Fist, Rest with a Chesto Berry, Drain Punch. What the fuck other move do you run in your fucking moveset for Annihilate? Bulk Up. You need Bulk Up. We don't have Bulk Up yet. Or we're about to go get Bulk Up. You're fine. What the hell is this? I don't know what the hell is going on with this Charizard. No fucking Brave Nature Zardwai like I had last time in fucking Radical Red. None of that. Alright, get rid of all this shit. Much better. What the fuck is this shit? Alright, it's another batch done. Daho, why don't you ever get any of this done in your off time? Because I have ADHD. Cope and seethe, liberal. Now that is a self-diagnosis of ADHD. I don't know if I actually have ADHD. I probably do have ADHD. Get very easily distracted by a bunch of shit. Although I've been having just this absolute itching to play modded Factorio with a bunch of new planets, because I've been looking at showcases of new planet mods, and they look really, really fucking cool. Alakazam can learn Aura Sphere, so we're gonna definitely teach you Aura Sphere. Haze. Haze is not bad for you, because you're just gonna be a fat blob. I don't hate Haze on this thing. I think I'd rather just... I'll just stick with Toxic for the time being. That's Joseph's move. Why do you have Joseph's move? What the hell? What the hell is this? I'll take Joseph's move for now, I suppose. Even though it's not very strong on you, because base 75 special attack is dog shit. But I will take Joseph's move. Now, you may be wondering, Daho, who the fuck is Joseph? That would be our good pal, Golden Go. We will acquire Joseph soon enough, okay? Because Joseph is very good. But for now, we do not need Joseph. That was just like the name that I think it was Pokeaim and Thunder Blunder gave to Golden Go initially. They just started calling him Joseph. I don't know why. I think it's in reference to a particular commercial. I don't remember the name of the commercial in particular, because I'm really bad at remembering names. But there's like a certain commercial, like for like a cheese string commercial. Or it's not like it's cheese. Boy Meets Mini, you know what I'm talking about, right? I don't know if it's cheese string commercial or if it's some other fucking commercial where it's like a Rastafarian snack or some shit. I don't even know. Like the dude's name is like Joseph or something, and that's like the reference, I think. It's something to do with a food commercial. And so his name is Joseph as a result. Well, god damn it, Boy Meets Mini. Curses. You have failed me yet again. Brave nature. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on here? Huh? A lot of putos here with completely wrong IVs and whatnot. You are timid. You are bold. Am I in Mauville? Yes. I'm gonna change the hidden power nature of the Alakazam to fire. Alright. Gah! Perfect. Send power fire, and this will probably be replaced with Nasty Plot. Guys, it turns out if you give Mega Alakazam Nasty Plot, that's pretty degenerate. And it got banned because of it. Guys, if you give certain Mega Pokemon certain moves, they become incredibly fucking overpowered. And stupidly fucking busted. Now, I understand that's maybe a bit of a difficult concept for you liberals to understand, but us Pokemon enthusiasts are, with our massive fucking brains, understand this perfectly. Well, not when Game Freak was initially designing them, let's be honest here. They probably didn't want them to be, like, stupidly fucking overpowered. But then, you know, thanks to the power creep that exists in the games, they all just decide... Like, Game Freak decided to just like, kind of say, like, ah, fuck it, who cares now? We're just gonna do, like, stupid fucking bullshit constantly, just because whatever, who gives a shit anymore? What moves do I want to give the Miss Mag? Oh, we can give it Mystical Fire. Start with that. Mystical Fire for our scuffed Fluttermane. Fluttermane, but worse. I should have given Weather Ball to Charizard. Because that's going to be Megazord Y. You can't learn Aura Sphere because you're cringe. And a Lip Cuck. Where's Mystical Fire? I should have Mystical Fire. There it is. Okay, well, last slot can be fucking Nasty Plot or something. Whatever. Alright, that's another batch done. Kofa Grigos. And with that, there should be another box pretty much done as well. And then we have another box, and then we have all these shitters left, and then we'll be done.
We'll be done with all this training. Becoming nice and powerful so we can destroy the radical left, folks. Let me tell you, we have to destroy the left. Very important, folks. We have to destroy them. Otherwise, they'll destroy us. We know it, folks. We need to stop the radical left from turning us all into transgenders. Let me tell you, folks, it's the most important thing of the MAGA movement to not become transgender. Very important, folks. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
When do you get Spore? That's not Spore. Where's Spore? Cringe. I'm actually cringing right now, dude. I'm gonna teach you Protect. Dark Pulse and Pursuing Samurai. Whoa. That's heckin' based, bro. Sword Stance, huh? Sucker Punch, huh? Man, I forgot how many fucking good moves this thing gets, huh? Fucking Bingus Chungus. Fucking, they really went all out with Hisuian Samurai, being like, we're just gonna make you not cucked anymore. It's just like, damn! Well, you know, you were certainly successful in that endeavor. I need Slack Off. What? Lewis Hex, Torch Song, Slack Off. Is what you teach that fucking thing. Towards Scorching Sands for now. I'll give it Scorching Sands for now over Hyper Voice. Fuck it. No, it doesn't need Scorching Sands. Scorching Sands is pretty fucking useless on that thing. Bofa Grigis Kunget Toxic. I don't really need Psychic on this thing. Toxic was that's just a filler. You're fine. You're fine. Body press is what you need. Let's go with just relaxed, I guess. Fuck it. Slow as possible. We want it to be slow as fuck. And body press.
We're gonna keep pressing our bodies.
No, Kafagrigus also gets body press. I'm definitely teaching body press to Kafagrigus then. Absolutely. None of this fucking toxic shit. Definitely body press. Does Kafagrigus get iron defense? Aye. Aye. What the? Holy guacamole. Kafagrigus is insane now? Sir, it's broken? What the? Bakana. What the hell is this? What the hell is this shit? Listen, here's the real question. I know that Violet is going to appreciate this question, okay? I know they're going to love this question. Why is every starter basically a twink in Gen 9, huh? What's all these damn twinks? See? Twink. Where's the other one? I don't have a Quavel. Quavel, Tink. twink? Hmm? What's with all this twinkification, huh? I need an explanation. Now what the hell is going on here? What the hell is this shit? Oh, you need a better water move, is what you need. Rillaboom? Rillaboom is not a twink. Rillaboom's a big gorilla. Well, there's your main stab move. There's Flower Trick, so Meowscarada is pretty much good to go. Like, yeah, Rillaboom's a giant fucking gorilla. I didn't want to teach you Leaf Storm. That was a mistake. We can just re-get Playrough. That's like whatever. That's what I mean. Oh. Well, I'm talking about recently, okay? Yeah, well, you're liberal. Deb, got him. I'm talking about this as a recent advent, okay? We don't need Solar Meme. Oh, yes, I do need it. No, wait! Fuck. I need Ancient Power, because Mega Rose Raid gets Technician, and Ancient Power is actually really good with Technician. Lucario is gonna be one of the things that gets a major makeover, and that is a start in terms of getting a major fucking makeover is close combat. Good. Minecraft is cringe and stupid. Alright, Skarmory. Guess what you're getting? Iron Defense and Body Press. Whoa, shocker! Daho, stop teaching everyone Iron Defense and Body Press. And what? You know what I have to say to that? Yeah. Fuck you. I like Minecraft. Sounds like you're saying, I like turtles. Alright, you are getting Play Rough back. That I accidentally deleted like a dumbass. Alright, Earth Power for Venusaur. Goodbye, you. Giga Drain for Venusaur. That's true. I was there, and we were also on stream, I believe. That happened. And I was just acting like a complete fucking dumbass. I think I was just doing, I was doing an Obama impression for some fucking reason. I remember that stream. I don't know why the hell I was doing that, but, I thought it would be funny. It was, not funny. I don't know why the hell I did that. When obviously, that was back during my peak Bernie prime era. I'm forgetting my Bernie-isms. Oh, I've had that happen. Wait, what'd you say? Spill the beans. Spill the beans.
The American people are tired of women.
The American people are tired of women. I agree with Bernie Sanders on that one. Women are cringe and stupid and liberal. We need to be way more based. That is the only way that we can win the American people. Very important, folks. I'll go with Sklad for now. Sklad. Because nothing better. Oh, wait, we have Hydro Pump. Did it say fucking Hydro Pump's 100% accurate? I was about to say, there's no fucking shot. And we should have Dark Pulse, right? I should have Dark Pulse. I'm pretty sure I have Dark Pulse. Well, cool thing about Protean Greninja, you can do 7 trillion fucking things with it. It doesn't matter. Alright, well that's Greninja. Lucario. We already have close combat. Probably gonna go ice punch. Sword stand. Ooh, can I get knockoff? No. Oh, that's really weird. I don't know. Maybe because it thinks Minecraft is racist or something. I don't know. Honestly, I'll give that one to Automod. That's probably true. Listen. I'll say real to that. Anyone else saying real to that? Real? Real? E-crash check? Real? Any realers for that one? I don't have any fucking useful steel moves. I'm not teaching fucking Iron Tail. Iron Tail is fucking doo-doo bupkis because it has 70 accuracy. Or 75 accuracy. Actual fucking poo-poo butt cheeks. Well, listen, it's because you were trying to be racist or something, obviously. Which is commendable, because I am... because in this chat, we are critical racist theorists, right? Never forget, everyone in this chat is a critical racist theorist. Very important. We are racist to racists because they are fucking losers! And they deserve no mercy, no grace, no sympathy. Yes. To racists. I'm racist to racists. Is there a problem with me being racist to racists? Is there a problem with this, huh? Puto? What's like the they them version of like puto and puta? Is it like puti or some shit with an E at the end? No. No. Does it exist? I just have a problem with you in general. Wow! What the heck did I do? What did I heckin' do, Reno? Let me tell... wait, are they doing the same shit with French? I'm curious. You know what I did? What did I do? Explica. Say, what did I do? Now, I'm not saying that because I don't know. Or maybe because I just generally don't know. No, you're not answering my question. I see how it is. No, I see how it is. Doesn't want to answer. Cringe. Well, see, it's because French is cringe, and we are based. Not Portuguese. Oh, you're talking about European French. Let me tell you about fucking fake French. Oh, that's a whole other fucking story. Canadian French. Accurate XQC impression. Real. Eh? You're actually so real for that? I've never seen or I've heard of anyone that's more real than that. Real? Real? I too am also a denier of the French language. That shit's not real. I refuse to acknowledge its existence. Especially all the French thinkers. Deleuze, fake, not real. Simone de Beauvoir, also fake, not real. Michel Foucault, fake, not real. Boy Meets Mini, we got another one. Kill. Boy Meets Mini, kill. You didn't kill the other one before. Kill. Boy Meets Mini, kill. Serve your purpose. You need to have maximum special defense. Counter terrorists win. Why are they fucking? Why are these motherfuckers starting to pop back up? What the hell are you little bots doing, huh? What are these fucking putos doing? Why are they coming back? All right, so obviously since Pharaoh Fallen already has iron defense, that obviously means one thing and one thing only. Oh man, it's body press time. Still need bleach seed though. But that'll do for now. Dink doink. Body press. Dink doink. Just say that they're like, I don't know. Cringe, derogatory, or something. I don't know. What moves can I teach Crocodile for now? I know that Crocodile will eventually get access to Wicked Blow, which is pretty fucking sick, I'm not gonna lie. Wicked Blow is really good. Maybe a taunt for now. Got an insurance. I'll take taunt. Do I have Stone Edge? I don't think I have Stone Edge. I think I had Stone Edge later. Oh, wait, knock off. I need knock. Yeah, knock. Let me just go with this. Fuck it. Alright. I don't have to fucking think. Knock is just good. Taunt, I'll keep taunt. Taunt is useful. Let me just go with that. Fuck it.
Alright, folks, let me tell you, we're almost done. We're so close. So very close, folks. Very important. We love almost being finished, folks, don't we?
Just these shitters, and that will be all of our boxes done, and then we have to fucking make the new stuff. Yay! More fucking shit to get out of the way, and then, you know, we can start doing some fucking fights. Then it'll be finally time to take on the winstrates. Get my fucking Pokeball, Mega Stones, Pokeballs, Mega Stones. We're gonna teach Pidgeot Focus Blast, because No Guard Focus Blast is pretty fucking awesome. Knockoff, huh? Yes. Sure. For now. Rather have Earthquake, but I'll take Superpower for now. What the hell moves do you have? Stuff that needs to be fucking replaced. And you need to also get your Hidden Power IVs. It's another thing you need. Hidden Power Ice, obviously. I also need to figure out where the fuck Hidden Power is. That's another thing I need to do. Hey, butthole. Ice. Kill him. Oh, yeah. I'm using hidden power, immigrations, and customs enforcement. Your ass is now grass, boy meets Minnie. I know where you live. You're gonna die. Yeah, well, that's what you get for being cringe. It's over for you. Round 117? The ninja kid hidden below the flower field. Nani? I'm getting that shit right now. This is Route 117. Ninja kid hidden below the flower field? Fuck you. Hidden below the flower field. Oh, you're a little bastard. Ooh, that's a hard one. Look at that. You can barely see the sprite. You see, like, it's one fucking pixel. You seen this? One pixel. That's how you pick out the kid. That one red pixel. Oh, we got hidden power now. Lovely. Some people need that. Specifically, main act trick. It's a fucking 60 base power, so that could actually be used on Rose Raid as well. Technician boosted, hidden power. Where's Rock Blast? We're gonna give Rock Blast to Heracross. Heracross's moveset is now complete. Who else needs hidden power? Magnezone needs hidden power. Give hidden power to Gardevoir to give it a fire move, but Gardevoir learns Mystical Fire, which did not teach it Mystical Fire. Dumbass. We also need Thunderbolt. And we're Discharge. Mystical Fire. I think I passed it. Am I brain damaged? Don't answer that question. Or you will suffer. I know that Gardevoir can also learn Aura Sphere, so we will give it also Aura Sphere. Yes. I am immune to mold. That's true. I do not suffer from the Asmon goldification. Okay. I spent the last hour and a half calling him stupid in a video. As one should, by the way. It is your sole right and duty as a patron of the internet to call Asmongold a 3 IQ moron. If you don't do it, you will be judged. When you go to heaven or hell, you will be judged and remembered for the fact that you did not call Asmongold a 3 IQ fucking dumbass. So I will probably be spending a bit more time on Pokemon because, again, like I said before, there's like nothing to really talk about today, I'll be honest. Today is kind of dead in terms of news. Kind of dead. Kind of lib. Kind of cucked. Which, honestly, I'm here for. I'm glad that today's fucking dead, dude. Always such a fucking stupid amount of dog shit. Newsom sued Trump. I mean, we knew that was going to happen eventually. It was always just going to be a matter of if, or of when and not if. So he did the inevitable thing that he was going to inevitably do. Good job, Gavin. I will not be giving Gavin Newsom a cookie for that. Fuck you, Gavin. Speaking of a good improvement, we got high jump kick. Speaking of a Pokemon that definitely needs a bunch of fucking goddamn shit, it's fucking you. You need a bunch of fucking... You need quick attack, you need return, like better normal stab. Tect? I get return from Norman. So. Alright, now you're actually fucking useful. No more of this pimbly, wimbly, nambly, pambly, spimbly, spimbly bullshit. You got close combat now. It's not Sacred Sword. Sacred Sword is stronger on Gallade because of sharpness. Boosting to 135 base power. Stronger than close combat. But you're not getting Sacred Sword until like the 70s, so. Same with fucking Psycho Cut, so we're just gonna have to accept what we have. Reuniclus, Reuniclus, Reuniclus. You need, Calm Mind and ideally Aura Sphere, but I'm pretty sure you do not get Aura Sphere. I'm like 95% certain they do not give Reuniclus Aura Sphere. Oh, the Mad Lads actually are giving Reuniclus Aura Sphere. Wait a minute. Wait a second. The Mad Lads actually decided to give Reuniclus Aura Sphere. That's crazy. Mega Empoleon with knockoff. Interesting. Honestly, with the Mega Empoleon, you just want to spam stabs. You don't really want to use knockoff. You can go with flip turn on it. No flip turn on fucking that thing is actually kind of criminal. Do I get rid of Aqua Jet? I mean, base 100... I'm just gonna fucking put flip turn on that thing. I'm very interested in using the new Mega Empoleon, the offensive Mega Empoleon, because its ability is really fucking good. Plus 30% boost to the power of water and steel moves of not only your own, but also your allies. Ability called Emperor's Presence. That is really fucking strong. That's a really good ability. You get a Swords Dance up, you start clicking Wave Crash, bodies are going to start being accumulated because Mega Empoleon is fucking fast. That thing ain't slow, that thing is fast as fuck. Base 120 speed. A lot of stuff that can't outspeed and revenge kill it, but base 120? It's good speed. It's a good speed stat. And good luck switching into this thing. It has base 150 attack. You can even do special on it as well. It works. Base 110. Obviously, you'd rather use physical moves. Empoleon certainly has the move pool to make it work. Yeah, welcome to Mega Pokemon. Base 150 is normal. That's super normal. Super normal. That's like standard. Most of the stuff you'd mostly be working with is 160s, 140s, 180s. You can go up to 180s. I've not seen any 170s on any megas. But yeah, megas are... It turns out when you give to a lot of different Pokemon that typically have about 500 BST, an extra 100 BST, the results are pretty fucking insane. We got some natures we need to fix on our Ludicolo and our other fuck. Let's give Ludicolo Modest because of Swift Swim. And you need to be Jolly. From Yin Shao. Lovely! Alright, that is everybody pretty much trained up now. Let's add our final new goodies. Get you guys out of the way for now. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with you, or you, or you. But these guys, I will definitely train up. More importantly, we should talk about the defensive Mega Empoleon. That thing is a fucking... like, a literal fucking shit brick. Base... So first off, its ability. Its ability is Lightning Rod, which gives it an immunity to one of the checks that you would normally use on Empoleon. Empoleon... Water and Steel is a pretty good typing combination. Not weak to a lot of stuff. So, it gives it an electric immunity. Normally, Empoleon, weak to electric. Gets rid of that. Already a very good start. Base 140 HP. Base 145 SPDEF. And defense. This thing is basically impossible to kill. It will survive some of the strongest fighting type moves in the entire game. It will just live. It just lives. It doesn't matter. It will just live them. Honestly, what you could also do is just go fully specially defensive. Probably go with Iron Defense, Body Press, and just become like this unstoppable, unkillable fucking monster. Just become this like literal fucking brick. And you just like are just like, I am just going to sit here and just win the game. I don't give a fuck. I will just win. Fuck you. And it's just like, all right. You got me. I lose. I guess that's the one thing I need to check now is, do you get Iron Defense Body Press? I'm like 95% certain it gets Iron Defense Body Press. It has to get this shit. We keep Flip Turn. Because slow Flip Turn on this thing is just still good. No, it does not get Body Press. But in terms of the attacking department, Empoleon, like, the defensive Mega Empoleon is very weak. Base 75 in attack and special attack. And it's obviously slow as fuck. But that's, like, fine. Who cares about it being slow? Being slow is, can be a big advantage very often. Alright, well, you're gonna be Charizard X. Sure, I'm gonna give you Brick Break for now, buddy. Alright, so fucking Superior is gonna still be useless until it gets to, whatever the fuck. It needs level 62 in order to be useful. Don't need dual wing beat. Time. We're gonna change it to day. We're going to evolve our normal-ass Oshawott into his normal Samurott, because normal Samurott's pretty fucking good in this game. Certainly has gotten some goodies. Knockoff for the utility. Start off with Fury Cutter, I guess. God, Sharpness was really one of the best new abilities that they came up with. Such a good ability, dude. Great fucking ability. I think I want Slash. Do you want Aqua Cutter? Encore is interesting as always, but I don't think we want that either. Aqua Tail. Good for now. Retaliate is useless. Swords Dance. I will teach you Swords Dance. Yes. Don't want Hydro Pump. Here's our first cutting move in terms of Sacred Sword. And eventually you will get Aqua Cutter. In fact, I know eventually you will get Aqua Cutter. Water Pulse. I don't know if I want to go with Hydro Pump. Take Icy Wind for now. Huh, Fake Out. I should have this open just in case anyone says anything in YouTube chat. I keep forgetting about fucking YouTube chat. Feels bad, man, forgetting about YouTube chat. Can't believe that Dahos. Can't believe that streamer would forget about YouTube chat. That bastard Boy Meets Mini. Listen, it's because, like, okay, for whatever reason, the Stream Elements multi-chat thing sometimes will, like, be, alright, here is a message from YouTube chat. And sometimes it'll just be like, no, I'm actually not going to say anything that's coming in from YouTube chat. And it's just like stupid and annoying sometimes. And it's just like, why are you like this? Okay, for whatever reason, the Stream Elements multi-chat thing sometimes will like... I don't want to hear myself. Alright. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, me. Don't want Iron Defense. We're not going to be going for body press shenanigans here. I do want fucking Shell Smash. When do you get Shell Smash? Blastoise. Luckily you're like right here. When do you get Shell Smash, big buddy? Big guy? When do you get that? 82? That's like right at the end of the game. Cringe. Oh, by the way, Mega Blastoise banned in National Deck Supers. Why? It's the fastest Shell Smasher in the game. And it's very bulky. Same thing's probably going to happen to Mega Barbrickle, because it's also a Shell Smasher. And it's probably going to be faster and stronger, because it's probably going to have Tough Claws. It already naturally has Tough Claws. Why would they get rid of it? For the Mega. They won't. Probably not. It's going to be faster and stronger. It'll probably be broken. Probably. It already has the moveset in order to be able to do it, and I think it changes to a rock and fighting type, I think, which is pretty good. Barbrickle has the moves to be able to support that. Good moves to be able to support that. So it'll probably be banned. Probably. Like a just like think about it. Cranked up Terrakion with fucking Shell Smash. Oof. That's a great thought to have. I was gonna look up something else. It's one of the other Shell Smashers, not Cloyster. Torterra. One of our newer Shell Smashers. When do you get Shell Smash? Huh, self-sufficient. That's the ability self-sufficient. Now that's a really good ability, by the way. Self-sufficient. One of the best fucking abilities. Basically, all it does is it gives you a, it's just a leftovers. Free leftovers. Heal 1/16 every turn. Very good. Very, very good ability. You do get Shell Smash. By breeding? Wait. How to get moves by breeding Radical Red. Heart scales. Okay. Heart scales is how you do it. Because I was about to say, I know that there's like a way to get egg moves in Radical Red. I don't know if Emerald Imperium will have the same thing. But then we have to figure out where to get heart scales. So, because in terms of getting egg moves in Scarlet and Violet, very easy. All you need is the Mirror Herb. You put up a picnic, and you have the Pokemon that you want to get the egg move on with an empty move slot, holding a Mirror Herb. Very, very easy. Very, very easy. Very reliable. Can be kind of stupid sometimes, the system, but it's pretty quick and efficient. This game, of course, has heart scales, and you just use that system instead, which is totally fine by me. That's also pretty quick and simple. Earthquake, nice for Torterra. Eventually you'll get Headlong Rush, which will be very good. So what, be like Shell Smash, Headlong Rush, some probably Wood Hammer, and just other complete fucking nonsense. It's probably going to be the moveset. Flash. Flash is actually not terrible on Snivy because Snivy has like... This thing has a terrible fucking move pool. However, the problem with Flash is that it conflicts with grass coverage because it already hits the things that you'd want. Now let's hit flying types, but like, I think I'd rather have like more utility with knockoff and glare, and just be able to hit Heatran with like hidden power ground. It's pretty much the only move you want to click with Superior is you just want to constantly click Leaf Storm. That's all you want to do. You just want to click the Leaf Storm button. Everything else is irrelevant. Every other move, useless. Quite literally. Alright, well, you're 6 levels away from being actually useful. For now, you are useless. You need your hidden ability first. Alright, almost done. Septile. I believe you get Technician as an ability. Yeah, it gets Technician. And it gets a boost to its attack stat instead of its special attack stat. So you want to go physical with Dual Chop. Dual Chop is pretty good on Mega Septile. Technician boost 2 hits. That's like your main stab, basically. As for Grass Stab, oh, you get Scale Shot as well. Yeah, you also get Shed Tail. You probably go Shed Tail. Double Kick isn't bad, actually. Because it's Technician boosted. It's pretty good coverage for Grass Dragon type. Technician boost. Scale Shot's also good. If you need more speed. Then you get Swords Dance. So you can go like SD Scale Shot. Pretty solid. Yeah, SD Scale Shot, Dual Chop, Double Kick. You can just not run Grass Stab. Actually, no, you can just ignore the, yeah, you can just ignore the other thing. Yeah, just go SD Scale Shot. SD Scale Shot with Leaf Blade. Scale Shot, Leaf Blade. SD Double Kick. That's a moveset that will definitely be pretty decent. Teddy Ursa. Starting off with you, little guy. Of course, we're not going to get Facade for a while on this thing, unfortunately, so it's not going to be as strong as it could be, but still pretty good, though. Come on in! There's Luna. Double Edge is too much. Just take way too much fucking damage from all the recoil damage. Come Buskin. Who up Sockin' Day Buskin? We do be making Balatro puns. T-Punch. Okay. Bulk up for now. That's a game I haven't played in a while, is Balatro. That's a good fucking game. Now, if I recall, Blaziken does not have speed boost. Triple arrows. Okay. Yes. Very interesting that we get triple arrows. The Mega does have speed boost, I believe, but instead it gets something called, I think, I don't remember what it is, but it's not speed boost. It's something completely different. It's a weird ability. But whoa, Blaziken with speed boost, kind of El Kringus Bingus. And yeah, I'd be like, yes, pretty Kringus Bingus. I kind of agree with that. I was gonna say but then I don't remember what I was gonna say, and I no longer care. What does Ampharos get in this game? What do you get, big guy? Nothing really that interesting, huh? Besides Tail Glow, you get Aurasphere, Draco. Aurasphere and Draco is pretty alright. We can make use of that. Confuse Ray. Take Volt Switch. Tail Glow is also good. Signal Meme. Rock Tomb is pretty good, actually, for you. That's flying coverage. Especially with your Technician ability. Pursuit boosted by that as well. Alright, final shitter is you. Cyndaquil. Little Cyndaquil. Little guy. With a storied past. Listen, don't look up anything about Typhlosion and women, okay? Don't worry about it. Shut up. Don't look up any fan fictions, all right? You'll be horrified. Ooh, Scorching Sands. Although honestly, your main gimmick is just gonna be fucking priority eruption spam. Choice specs, priority eruption. That is gonna be your shtick because of that fucking ability, Blazing Soul, which is a broken fucking ability. It's stupidly overpowered. Listen, all these moves are nice and stuff, but it's irrelevant to eruption. Okay, Okay, abilities. Yeah, you get guts. Early bird is what you also get. It's useless. Okay, ability patches. So yeah, okay. Blaziken's ability is called Striker, which is like... Basically, they just didn't want to give Blaziken fucking speed boost for some reason. I don't remember exactly what it is. It's a weird fucking ability. We'll give it to now. We'll give it to it now. Blazing Soul is broken. Okay, boosts kicking moves by 30%, which is not bad. Not bad, but we care more about Mega Blaziken, which has speed boost. Speed boost broken. Although Striker, in tandem with the kicking shoes, not bad, right? Because you can go high jump kick, you can go blaze kick, high jump kick, right? You can there's stuff there. There's merit, right? Can definitely be really strong if we boost by 30%. Flare Blitz still is stronger. We definitely go high jump kick though. Yeah, Flare Blitz is still stronger. But it's not bad. It's a vibe. It's a meme. I don't know if I want to go min speed. Let's stick with Adamant, to be honest. Stack up that fucking attack. Honestly, I don't think this thing needs to be too, like, particularly complicated. Take hammer arm for now, sure. Even though it has a lot of conflicting coverage there, it's not the worst. Probably want to take fire punch. Let's see, it's steel flyings with you specifically. Natures. Actually, you don't need to be fucking timid. You just go modest because +1 priority. So, then you just slap choice specs on that thing and you just go fucking to town. Alright, we're done. Finally. We can actually do some fights now. Finally. Alright, let's do Ursula first. Get her out of the way. Take the Mega Manectric, I think. Oy, oy, oy. Probably ice types as well, right? A ghost to insta-gib the fucking Oricoria Pow form. Or dark type. Go King Gambit. Bring you just for fake out support. Let's bring the Galarian Darmanitan. Just really strong. Nachi. I'm not gonna record this fight. This fight is not gonna be very difficult, to be honest. This fight is going to be pretty fucking easy. Get this temporarily to Nachi. I'll give Citrus Berry to Tinka. Alright, Ursula. She should be in here. No, she's not in here. Is she here? No. Is she in here? That's her, right there. Alright, let's dance. So her gimmick is basically use dance moves. Yes, that's Phoebe's sprite, but that's not Phoebe. So spamming a bunch of dance moves, that's her gimmick. Kill. I can just come in with Darmanitan here. Start just clicking moves. dead. Like you're dead. I don't even have to think, you're dead. Alright, you're gonna spam your dancies. Now you use it, but it won't affect King Gambit because it's psychic. Used to quiver dance. Alright, that's Ursula gone. I'll take the TMs. It's Calm Mind, Bulk Up, Pup, Charge Beam, Rock Polish, Flame Charge, Trailblaze, Workup. Yeah, she was not going to be very difficult. She was not going to be very hard. She was never going to be really hard because of all the fucking options that I have available to me. Do you want to go back in? Go away. Okay. Wind straights. Alright. The wind straights. Obviously we have a lot more options now to work with. We are leading out with a Bolthound. Bolthound is really fast. That's pretty much that thing's shtick, is that it's just fucking fast. The problem with this fight is that you have to be very wary of your fucking goddamn health and everything, because it's a back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back fight. It's 4 fights in a row. I do like Mega Man Electric against pretty much all of them. I think Mega Man Electric is quite strong against the wind straights. Especially in the lead, because we can just both switch out. Go double mega here, right? I'm gonna go 2 megas. lead off every single time with main Ectric, I think. I'm gonna mega it against Victor, Victoria, not Vivi, and probably also against our Metachamp friend here. Metachamp gets walled completely by Slowbro. So we're gonna bring Slowbro for sure. Slowbro can 1v1 that thing. Duraludon is so fucking annoying, dude. These are going to be pretty much the main stars of the show. I don't know if I need King Gambit, honestly, for this fight. I need King Gambit, not really. King Gambit doesn't really do anything for me, to be honest. Like, just these four alone will be quite alright against the Winstrates. I just bring like a solid defensive core, maybe, just in case. In case shit happens. Just bring a good defensive core. So I think it's just gonna be these guys that are gonna be doing the main heavy lifting. I'll be quite honest. Take this as well, just for the Metachamp as well. So the Bolton is... I don't care about the Bolton. I don't care about the fucking Pidgeot. I'm gonna take a ground type with me. go with this. Good night, Violet. Going to sleep at this hour? What are you, cringe? Yes. Mimir. Yeah, and? Mimir. Okay, bye. Good talk. Poggo. Pog's your O. Anyway, why don't we get started with this?
Shit! Yeah. Damn. God damn.
Alright, chat. It's now YouTube. YouTube! I guess we're recording the win straights. You know, they're a bit of a gimmick in this game. You know, very well known. It's 4 back-to-back-to-back-to-back fights. That was 4, right? Yeah, whatever. Close enough. It's 4 fights in a row. We've got the team. We have our limited megas. We're taking them on because they have, like, 27 megastones, and I want the megastones. You're gonna give me the megastones. We have, like, 2 mega set up here, basically. Certain fights we're going to use the Infernape, certain fights we're going to use main Ectric. That's pretty much the plan. Otherwise, it's just going to be specific counters for specific Pokemon. Like the Slowbro, there for the Medicham, because Medicham can't really hit it, to be honest, for super effective damage. So, yep, I'll give this a shot. Let's see how it goes. Hey, what's up, buddy? Yes. Let's begin. So against Victor, we will be using the Mega. Now he could go for pretty much any move here. Also, we get Intimidate off on this thing, which is what I want. I'm just gonna full switch out. I don't know if it's gonna go for Psychic Fangs. Just in case I'm gonna go Slowbro. Okay, did go Ice Fang. That's annoying. That's actually very fucking annoying, but... I do have Scald on Slowbro. I should have Scald on Slowbro so I can get rid of the... I can get rid of that whenever, so it's annoying, but... So this thing's either gonna go for the Crunch or for the Ice, for the Thunder Fang next. So we're just gonna do another pivot here. And will I score? It's alright. Didn't know this thing has Serene Grace now all of a sudden. That's cool. This is, like I've said before, this is all about longevity. This is 4 fights in a row. We want to get as much healing as possible. This thing is more than likely gonna go for, if I were to make a bet, probably Ice Fang. I wanted to be able to take this thing out with a U-turn from Infernape, so then I can safely bring in main Ectric. This thing outspeeds me. Really? Well, that's not good. Well, that's not good. Because now I just want to click Thunderbolt twice and then take this thing out. How fast is this damn thing? base 100 or something. I don't even know how fast this damn thing is. Whatever. Goodbye, dog. That Sizzler just became a lot more annoying to have to deal with. And we just take you out with a discharge. Pretty sure Mega Man Electric outspeeds Mega Pidgeot. Yeah, and that's another gimmick. Each one of them is a Mega. Oh, that's Victor down. Well, that's gonna be a lot more interesting now with Infernape being that low. Victoria. Alright, we're gonna Mega again with Main Electric. I don't know if Flamethrower from Mega Man Electric would KO this thing. Probably gonna go for Bulldoze. Inevitable ice move is coming in. I wish I had teleport on this thing, but I don't. I do not have Scald on this thing. I forgot to teach it Scald. God damn it. You know what? I'm just gonna restart this. I'm just gonna restart this. Not crash the game. Kind of just fucked that up completely. I did not know the Bolthound would fucking outspeed the Infernape. Because I don't know what that thing's speed stat is, because I've never seen it, or nor have I ever cared about it before. Let's try that again. Also forgot to teach moves to fucking some of my dumbasses. I do have teleport. You're definitely teaching teleport to you. Alright, well we have a degenerate Regeniport is now activated. Alright, that dumbass dog. Okay, let's try that again. Alright, chat. Let's see how YouTube. YouTube! The Winstrates. Bit of a gimmick here in the Gen 3 games. Random house with some random trainers. It's 4 fights in a row, back to back to back to back. Except obviously, since this game is hard, it's got a bit of a twist. Each one of them has a mega. So, you know, it's, win straight. They do a little bit of a funny pun. Haha, haha, funny. Win straight in a row. Haha, funny. Here's the team. We got specific counters, defensive core. Honestly, the two main stars of the show are probably going to be the two megas, and that's the Infernape and the main Nectric. So, pretty much that's going to be the plan. We just need to be able to, well, take out these dumbasses. Let's get started. Starting with the dog. So we're gonna start by megging our main actor here. Switching out. So he's probably gonna go for Ice Fang. Go for Ice or Psychic Fang. Ice or Psychic Fangs, right? So we're just gonna bring in Slowbro. Crunch. That's fine. That's not as fine. So I want to just teleport out. So we're gonna have to just hard switch out and typical ice score. It's either Psychic Fangs here, or it's, Ice Fang. I can afford to lose health here on Cophagrigus, I think, because I have the slow grow still for the other thing. Try to burn this thing. Okay, now main trick should be pretty much safe to rain free. This thing's at -2, and it's burnt. It's probably not going to do anything. It doesn't do shit. Alright, so now we should just be able to take them all out. Alright, well, that's just kind of annoying, but whatever. Gotta take a little extra damage than I wanted to. Not much I can do about that. Here's the Mega Pidgeot. Sure, man. And there goes the Mega Pidgeot. Dead. Goodbye, G-Spurt. That's one down. That's number 2. This one's probably going to be easier in comparison to Victor, because what we're going to do is we're just going to Mega again, Volt Switch out immediately, and then we're going to go straight into Slow Row. Probably going to go for Bulldoze here. Another thing we could also do is we can just, I don't know. We can also just go into Y-Score, because it's definitely going to click Bulldoze here. This Titan, for sure. Let's go to... So that'll get into range for T-Bolt. We can get a free tick of Poison Heal here. You're always going for Bulldoze. Then we can go straight into Slow Grow. And you're gonna go for the Ice Move. We're gonna pour it out. forgot to teach my slow bro what's called again. Whatever. Take you out with Thunderbolt. Or we can also go for Flamethrower. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. And Mega Slowbro should just be taken down by T-Bolts from Mega Man Electric. For some reason, they gave this thing max speed. It's very strange. Not max HP, which means this thing's actually pretty frail. Could be safe and just go for Volt Switch. We still do need Electric. But this should KO. Yeah. Mega Man Electric is no slouch. That's Victoria. Now, next, I think is probably the easiest one of them all, which is Vivi. Now, Vivi, what we're going to do is pretty simple. We're not going to Mega the main Electric. No Mega on main Electric. We're just going to Volt Switch out. This will probably take up the teleport. It's got a Sharp Beak for some reason. So, she's got a Mega Scizor. We're gonna try to 1v1 it with the Kofgrigus. Mega Scizor shouldn't be able to KO me with anything, and then I can just Will-O-Wisp and start setting up on it with Iron Defenses. It's fine. Good. Nice. Very good. The Wisp. This thing can't really do anything to me now. It's fine. Sure. We are just going to become unkillable. Sure. At this point, I should have, like, I don't know, 600 something defense. Okay, unless you crit me. Cool. I get crit. Very good. Fantastic. See, that's how much damage that should normally do. Without a crit. Alright, well, we successfully stalled out the rain. Easy 1v1 for Kofgrigus. Last one, Grandma. Forget her. So she's the most threatening one, to be honest, because of the Duraludon and the other thing. So the Duraludon is just... This thing is just really freaking irritating to deal with. It's just very bulky and annoying. However, what I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to do here is... I'm not going to use Mega Infernape here. I might as well just Mega here just to get a little bit of extra damage. The Volt Switch. And I'm just going to try to 1v1 this thing with Conkeldurr. Since it's a Violet, it's very defensive. Bold, max defense, the whole 9 yards. Still should do a pretty decent chunk. Got a crit, which is nice. Body press. forgot to teach this big Drain Punch. Man, I've been forgetting to teach my Pokemon a bunch of moves. I don't know if this Mach Punch will KO. If it doesn't, then it's not the end of the world, to be honest. Shows you how bulky this fucking thing is. If I had Drain Punch, I'd 1v1 this thing. But it's low enough, so that's okay. If I went for knockoff, I probably would have done the trick. I just won't switch out here. And then we bring in our counter to the Mega Medicham. Mega Medicham basically has nothing to hit the Slowbro with, even for super effective damage. Its only neutral hit is just Fake Out. So this is an easy 1v1 for Slowbro. It's got High Jump Kick, Zen Headbutt, and Ice Punch. Now it could just flinch me a ton of times in a row with Zen Headbutt and just be really freaking annoying, but you would have to get so many flinches in a row. Like, the luck that you would need in order to be able to pull it off would be insane. But that's pretty much all they got. Yeah, you're not winning this 1v1. I win this 1v1, buddy. They would have to get 3 more flinches in a row to take me out, and I'm just like, there's no way you're getting 3 flinches in a row. Okay, you go for Drain Punch instead. That's fine. I don't care about that. So yeah, this is gonna take a little while. It's Drain Punch is the other move it has. But I win this 1v1. You do not win this. I win this. Just slow and steady. The perfect pace for our boy Slowbro here. Oh, you're gonna try to go back to trying to flinch me a bunch? Sure, man. Now it's over. No flinches for you. GG. That's the win streaks. Goodbye, Vicky. Easy clap. Lovely. Can I get my Mega Stones, please? No? Which one of you gives me the damn Mega Stones? Oh, there we go. Thank you. There's the Mega Stones. It's the mom that gives me the Mega Stones. Yeah, it's a premium collection. Very good collection. Some of which we can't use yet, but it's fine. Thanks, man. Very cool. Lovely. Well, anywho, YouTube. As always, remember to catch these live, both on YouTube and twitch.tv/Dahorumba. You know where it is. In any case, YouTube gamers, remember to like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. You know how it is. Anyway, peace out, YouTube. Okay, cool. Mega Stones secured. Time to start giving them to their appropriate owners. This is going to be a big increase in power. Lots of new options available now. I I have to say. Lots of new options. So, Houndumite. I'm gonna give Slowbronite. Do you have Altarianite? I don't think we do. No. No Megas here. Beedrill. Finally, it's useful with Beedrillite. Scizor. With Scizorite. That's going to be fantastic. Still need Swords Dance, though. Which I think I got. I don't remember. Alakazite. That's one of our hands on one of the most potent fucking special attackers. Especially with Terrain Up. There's Ampharosite. Pidgeotite. Pinsirite. Although Pinsir still needs a lot of work in terms of its moveset. Gladite. Gardevoirite. Haraconite. Did they not give me Haraconite? Oh, there it is. What to say? Should have it. We missed 2. Here, Metachemite, which is going to be immediately useful in the Trick House. So it's Metachemite, and where's Mawile? Oh, there's Mawile. And Mawilite. Alright, well, we have now secured probably some of the strongest fucking Megas in the game. Some of the strongest goddamn Pokemon in this goddamn game. Some of the strongest sons of bitches. It's a big boost in strength. Speaking of an item for you. There you go. That is a big boost in strength. Or all those megas. Very, very good. We still have a couple of other Mega Stones that I'm probably not going to make use of. Even though we do have access to them. So we have access to Appletun and Flapple. We have access to those. Centiskorch, yes. Sandaconda, I believe so as well. Don't have access to this. I think we have access to this, yeah. Blipbug is early. Same with you. Same with you. You as well. You as well. Don't know. I think we have Glalie. We don't have access to Megalopunny yet. Megalopunny is available in Route 120, which is after Norman. Unfortunate. I think we have access to Sharpedo. Absol, no. No one gives a fuck about this thing. And Kangaskhan? No, not yet. Machamp we have access to. but I'd much rather use Megamedicham, to be honest. Megamedicham's just better. Just way stronger. Lovely. Very good. We now have a pretty nice assortment of megas. I think we'll just call it for the Pokemon gaming there for today. And then Yap a little bit. Boo. Man, today's been a pretty dead day. There's more attacks. I think the only thing that happened basically, I think, is just that rally in New York with AOC and Zoran Mamdani. I think that's like the only thing that's really happened today. Has anything else happened at all today, Boy Meets Mini? I think it's just been dead basically. Just nothing. I guess they found footage of the dumbass assassin from the dumbass assassin who killed those killed the Minnesota Democratic representatives and injured another one. Right? There's that. I don't think there's really anything else, right? I don't think there's really been anything else. It's been a pretty chill day, I guess, in terms of the news. I guess I made it to 80 subs on YouTube. Nice. We moving. We getting there. We moving. We pushing. We going forward. Very cool. Very based. Very epic. Very poggers build. That's really about it. I don't know. So, okay, the video that we could, you know, cover today, I was thinking that we could potentially do one of two videos. I'm not sure which one we want to do. I could take a look at a video that covers the feminist to far right pipeline. I've not pre-watched any of these videos. Or the other video we could take a look at that also took my interest was a video about 2008. Which one do we want to go with? 2008 or the feminist to whatever the fuck pipeline? Unless everyone's just AFK at the moment. Feels bad, man. Never fucking lucky, dude. Why am I never lucky? In the meanwhile, I'm gonna see if I can find anything else off this fucking rally. A city we can win. Zoran Mamdani. Oh, this is the VOD of the fucking rally itself. How long is it? Hour 42? Why the fuck is this vertical video? Why is this vertical? AOC spoke there. Zoran obviously spoke there. Very cool, very based, very epic. This is actually more interesting to look at. This is actually way more fucking interesting to look at because everybody is wrong in this fucking debate. I need Boy Meets Mini here so I can ask him some questions. But I don't think Boy Meets Mini is here, bastard. Gonna be hard to go ahead with thoughts that I have. Guess I'll look at the fucking 2008 video since no one is speaking. Dead chat on a dead day. Nope, shut up. Dead chat, dead day, it's all dead, dead, everything's dead, dead, dead. Bastard. Bastard. Finally, you're here, Boy Meets Mini. Now, okay, well, since no one was here when I asked the question of which video to look at, whether it be about, what, a video about 2008 and why everything sucks on it, or chores, cringe, or a video on, what, the feminist to far-right pipeline. I made the executive decision to go with 2008 because I also blame a lot of stuff on 2008. So I'm going with that. Also because it's shorter. It's not as long. Yeah, I hate Obama. There's also a discourse that I wanted you to also be here so I can ask you questions about something that is kind of annoying. Alright, finally. Finally. I can say ligma. And yeah, I like the only thing that I'm pretty much gonna talk about with that stupid fucking anti-abortion assassin is if all I care about at this point and that I want to add to the coverage that I did to that is just the motivated reasoning. With motivated reasoning, we'll have a much more accurate idea. I mean, we know like motivated reasoning, obviously, but more importantly, the what I care about is like I want to see from like what's in the manifesto what led to the radicalization pipeline. We know that the dude was what, anti-abortion. That's really about it. Radically anti-abortion, registered to vote for Republican in 2022, and that's really about it. To be honest, everything else is just kind of like me, whatever. Like nothing too crazy or interesting or significant that can be really inferred. So dude just needs to be caught or the manifesto has to be released. And that's really about all that's left to sort of like dig into, to be honest. All right. Yeah, well, you know. Got a quick one here. Remarkable. MSNBC, I want to reiterate, this has been 100% peaceful. Hey, media outlets, instead of like constantly like doing the both sidesism, if your on the ground reporters is reporting the LA fucking protests as peaceful, same with all the stupid, dumb fucking conservative apparatchiks and mouthpieces. Whoa, crazy. The fucking goddamn protests, they've been peaceful this whole time. And all that's really happened is the burning of 5 fucking Waymos. Oh no. And generally speaking, even as Jordan Yule is saying here, yet again, law enforcement deliberately escalated. Damn, they started firing into the crowd. I wonder why. Let's have a look. Why don't we take a look?
I want to reiterate, this looks very intimidating. This has remained 100%
Got the stupid soy LARP parade over here. Is very funny.
peaceful as far as I have seen. People are out here with their signs. Here, may I show your sign, ma'am? Can I? You said what your sign says.
We are not criminals.
Whoa, let's go.
Peaceful protest. We're not doing nothing wrong. We have the
Notice how as soon as the reporter basically brought on the protester to give the pro-protests perspective, the LAPD immediately started to escalate an attack. This is 101 fucking manufacturing consent fucking bullshit. That's so funny. Oh, Hassan also talked to this reporter. That's based.
freedom of speech.
Go. You want to be careful, okay? You take care of yourself. So you can see, whoa, they're messing with the horses, guys. Let's go. Let's back up here.
Here's the thing. This isn't even propaganda, to be honest, Boy Meets Mini. This reporter's not doing anything wrong in particular. If anything, the reporter is doing pro-protester coverage at this point. It is, honestly, this is the media actually doing its job. So, for the longest time, broadly speaking, I've talked about the problems with, like, commodified media and how just dog shit it is. Very often, they're going to take the cop's side incredibly often because for them, it's all about access. If they lose access, for example, to all these police departments because they start covering them, saying that they're the main problems, because generally speaking, they are the main problems in terms of protests. They're the ones who typically escalate. They're going to lose access to the police. Almost as if there's a problem with commodified media here, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's mostly the biggest thing that I'm pointing out here. You know, that and the broader failings of American media in general.
Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari. People don't want to see horses trampling. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Hey, Ari, we're okay. We're going to keep going. Stay with us if you can. Davey, move a little faster back. They're pushing people with horses, which obviously gets people freaked.
Honestly, this is just a huge optical loss here for the cops. This makes them look really fucking bad here because, again, the fucking protester sign was fairly obvious. We're not criminals, we're just peaceful. And as soon as that gets put on the fucking camera, they start moving to try to break it up. Almost as if, again, it's all about manufacturing consent and the police are in on it with broader mainstream media apparatuses.
Jacob, you're on camera, but do what you need to do. You're on camera, but take your time and space.
Whoa. Let's go.
Yep, now they're just shooting into the crowd. Again, as far as we know, they have done literally fucking nothing wrong, to be honest. This protest crowd, nothing wrong. Again, the stupid sheriffs, the cops, were the ones who started firing first. But, you know, most media apparatuses, they're going to be the ones who manufacture consent about all this shit constantly.
We're good, Ari. We're good. Keep going.
That's pretty epic. Apparently, Hassan had to get officers to move out of the way and let people out before curfew. They wanted a kettle so bad. Again, we know what's going on here. This is pure manufacturing consent fucking bullshit. That's purely what this is. This is actually the one time where the media is actually doing its job. And, the media is actually doing its job. It's time for the cops to spring into action to punish this action. It's almost as if commodified media is pretty bad. And generally speaking, in terms of the protesters and the protests, especially in LA, the cops are the ones who generally start the violence. Doesn't really get any more clear than that, to be honest. What's up, History By? How you doing, bud? Fucking Flemmy, dude. I guess there's also, this Zoran Mamdani fucking rally as well that happened. That's pretty cool. Also, I appreciate the follow, History By. I appreciate that, bud. Zoran Mamdani rally with AOC, dude. He's fucking surging, dude. He's going fucking crazy right now. And I think with AOC, with the endorsement, she endorsed him, I think, right as he was starting to surge in the fucking polls. And now with AOC endorsing him, that shit's gonna fucking shoot to the fucking moon. Like, quite honestly. I don't know what venue this is, but it's, like, it's looking fucking packed. Probably some kind of theater somewhere. It looks like, or like maybe like a comedy club, like a big comedy club or some shit. I don't know. Like the, you know, like the places, yeah, concert hall, or like those places where like stand-up comedians do their specials for like Comedy Central type of deal, I think, as well. That's like the vibe that I'm getting here. Or it could be just a theater. I think it's also like a theater. This place is fucking packed to the brim, dude. Look at this shit. Packed. Every fucking level. All 3 levels. People are in it. That's crazy. I wonder what AOC said. Did she say anything? Yeah, Como could never.
People is that political establishment sends to so many people is that it does not matter your positions, your content, your ideas, how experienced you are. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter how much you work with them. They will still choose their old friends and an old generation every single time.
Hey, lefties! Hey, we're jingling the keys here. I thought AOC only capitulated to fucking Democratic leadership. It's almost as if there's more complicated fucking political games that are being played in the background that none of you motherfuckers have any idea about. No fucking clue, no idea. You guys have no understanding of whatsoever. And it's almost as if, in order to be successful in the annals of fucking goddamn Congress, whoa, crazy. It's almost as if there's a lot of wheeling, dealing, compromises that you have to make in order to fucking, whoa, be able to be effective. Well, that's the fucking thing, Boy Meets Mini. Who cares if it's like a bad vote, right? It's like most bills that, generally speaking, get passed in Congress are all going to be bad inherently because they're huge omnibus bills. I don't give a shit about, like, if something is bad in particular. The only thing that you can probably point to as a concrete example of a bad vote of poor political instinct by AOC was the Iron Dome funding. That was poor political instinct there by AOC. Period. End of story. That one you can rail on. But as for all these, like, dumb fuck omnibus bills, it's, like, you can't really fucking criticize many of those things because the thing with those bills in particular is that it's just complete fucking just dog shit in them. But there's always going to be a couple of things that are good in there. Quick reminder, Bernie Sanders also voted for the 1994 crime bill because there was some provisions in there that were agreeable, that were good. But he still fucking voted for that dog shit crime bill. And you'll still see motherfucking dumb fuck lefties sort of like hang that over the head of fucking Bernie for no fucking reason. It's just like, dog, like, if you're fucking going ahead with all this stuff. Now we can do like the utilitarian calculus meme or whatever the fuck, saying like, well, Daho, you're a utilitarian, right? It doesn't make any sense because, whoa, crazy. If we are talking about the contents of a bill, if it's something that's mostly just going to be bad, you're not going to really want to vote for it. The problem is that it's not that fucking simple if we're talking about American fucking politics. Because some bills are must-pass bills to make sure that the government is still functioning. And there could be political fucking consequences if you decide to be the vote that doesn't allow a particular bill to pass. There can be problems with it. And these are all calculations that you have to make overall. It's sometimes you have to make very fucking tough decisions in the annals of fucking Congress. Because again, you're going to have the media fucking hounding you about it. You're going to have your party hounding you about it. You're going to have the opposition fucking hounding you about it. And if you're not, like, popular enough or well-known enough, it's going to be near impossible to be able to overcome all of these fucking factors. Exactly. Like, if she voted no on that probable bad bill, which is probably fucking bad, filled with a bunch of fucking dog shit in it, but with probably some good provisions in there, she votes against it, she's going to get dogpiled by literally everyone. The media, her party, the opposition. I mean, the opposition is going to fucking dogpile her anyways. It doesn't matter. Who cares what they think? But everyone would have fucking gone after her, right? So, in terms of being able to stay within Congress to have more effect on change, because the overall strategy is rather fucking simple. Overall strategy, if we're talking about Congress people in the annals of power who want to try to effect some form of good, broadly speaking, they have an understanding that Congress is, and I'm pretty sure every fucking squad member would agree with me on this, is that they, broadly speaking, understand that the annals of Congress are just complete, utter fucking dog shit. Completely fucking wretched, corrupt, horrible, near impossible for one person to be able to do any effect. Even like a collection of about 10 people. There's power there, certainly. But in terms of being able to wield that in particular ways, you still have to be relatively careful because, again, you're the fucking underdogs that can be easily snubbed out and taken out instantly by not only the powers that be, but also your fucking party. That is the fucking issue. But that isn't a slight against representative democracy. Exactly, Boy Meets Mini. If anything, that can certainly make it better. However, as you're also saying, the problem is with how Congress is currently operating. Personally, I think the House of Representatives is fine. I think the House of Representatives, personally, should have way more fucking seats. Probably, add, double the fucking seats, for example, let's say. I think the Senate should be completely abolished. Actually, yeah, have it something similar like our fucking goddamn political system. Instead of having a Senate, get rid of the Senate. I think the Senate should be utterly abolished, gotten rid of, and have a bunch more fucking House districts and only have a House of Commons. We only, for example, we just have a House where all of our representatives go there to represent their constituencies, their ridings, for example. Same thing, same concept applies here. I think if we want to sort of have to take care of the problems of Congress, add in way more fucking seats, get rid of the Senate, and just add way more seats, have more representation for people within Congress. And, still have the presidency and shit on top. Blah, 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 blah. We can also talk about ranked choice voting, a parliamentary system. That's a completely different story. But if we're talking about, some form of, mainline fucking improvement, although, abolishing the Senate is, to be quite honest, quite radical, I guess, in the terms of, the, sort of, American fucking zeitgeist. I think that it should just be gotten rid of, done away with. I think it's a completely just worthless institution. It does not accomplish any of the things that it's supposed to accomplish. It's quite literally just there to be able to have smaller states have more representation over states that have significantly more populations, which, again, not really conducive to democracy. Blah, 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 blah. We get the broader point. And like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini, we basically have one congressperson per 600,000 people. It's insane. Nowhere near as much as in Canada, for example. I think in Canada, it's about one representative per 100K people. Something like that, right? We have 300 something ridings. Our population's about 30 million, I think. Let me double check that. How many ridings in Canada? 334 ridings. So 334 ridings. Population of Canada is 30 million. Population of Canada. Oh, we're at 40 million? Huh. I didn't know that. We broke the 40 million mark. But, quick maths. Yeah, quick maths. Everyday months in the book. It's about 100K people per riding that each person within the House of Commons is representing. That's a lot more equitable, for example. But again, like I've been describing earlier, the structure of Congress is fundamentally broken because when the American Revolution happened, and lefties correctly point this out, it was a more liberal bourgeois revolution that basically set and held the interests of the bourgeoisie and the American bourgeoisie higher. That's certainly a correct statement. That is a correct assessment here. But now all of a sudden we're going to go after particular fucking representatives that are trying to do what they can effectively within one fucking constituency, within one sort of district, to try to bring some form of overall change here. We're going to go after her, like, more vociferously for some reason, because, you know, she was trying to come in as, like, a firebrand and then learned the sort of mechanisms and tools of Congress and came to the conclusion of, I would be 10 times more effective within the annals of Congress to be able to change, to be able to bring things for my constituents, to bring improvements for my constituents within my constituency in order to effect change that way. But again, the problem is, if we're talking about, like, a lot of lefties or a lot of people in general, even though they're, like, stupid politics heads, for some reason, none of these people seemingly have, like, an idea about these structures and ways of looking into the thought processes of people to, you know, for as to how, like, these mechanisms work for some reason. And they just completely forget about that and just, like, turn their brains off and do, like, I don't know, 3 IQ fucking LARP shit. Like, that's really all there is to it. What else? What else? What else? What else?
Political leadership, including in the Democratic Party.
That is really, really quiet. City, we can win. I'm mostly looking for clips here. Bob Dylan. It's mostly just quotes. This can no longer be a city of pied-de-tres for the rich and the global elite, AOC says. If we can change the page in the biggest and best city in the United States of America, we can change the page in our country too. Again, like, explicitly, she's talking about the rich and the global elite. Like, and this is, like, who we're going to go after for some fucking reason. It's very strange to me, because, like, she had, like, 2 or 3 bad votes on, like, particular bills. Like, the Iron Dome stuff, okay, that I can agree with. A lot of the other bills, the problem is that it's a problem with Congress. Huge problem with Congress in generally speaking. I'm more sort of talking about, like, grander sort of strategic plays. But the problem is that no one fucking thinks like that, ever. Even though the Republicans think like that all the fucking time. Also, Zoran wins and will set precedent for Dems across the country. I do agree with this, Boy Meets Mini. It will show to the Democrats that what is going to be more effective, populist messaging. Now, is that really going to go through to the Democrats? I have a feeling that no. I'll be honest, given just how entrenched the gerontocracy within the Democratic Party is, I don't know. That's like a really, really tough read and a tough call to make. I think, the individual that I agree with the most on this is Joe Lewis, because people are saying, like, if, to be honest, like, someone was saying, like, Democrats need to replicate Zoran's strategy in order to be able to win everywhere. And Joe Lewis was like, no, I disagree with that. I think this is a specific New York thing, and it's only going to work in New York. And I broadly agree with this perspective. A lot of the problems with the Democratic Party, generally, very often, is not, like, social media messaging and, you know, the sort of, like, particular campaign strategies. It's not the problem. The biggest problem with the Democrats is that they are just incredibly ineffective due to the fact that they want to have the exact same interests as the Republican Party. That is the problem with the Democrats, broadly speaking, which is why they're electing to do their do-nothing fucking strategy and just let, I don't know, Donald Trump randomly fucking burn out and let him just do whatever he wants and then just sit there and do nothing. There's a reason why that strategy is fucking stupid. It's the old saying, right? The saying is basically, Democrats fucking hate their constituents, while the Republicans are in fear of them. That's the biggest fucking problem. Democrats are not really in fear of their constituents because of the fact that their constituents, broadly speaking, have all manners and all flavors of fucking ideological perspectives. So it is very difficult for them to sort of form a unified front of hating the fucking Democrats. Let's be honest here. Although, honestly, given what's going on, perhaps the Democrats may have to start to change. Because even Democrats are starting to disapprove of the Democrats. Which is a good sign, by the way. Among Democrats, 53% disapprove of how the Democrats are handling their job in Congress. Their approval rating is currently at 21%. And this is something. This is where now you can strike and have potential movement. The problem was during the first Trump administration, generally speaking, and even during the Joe Biden administration, among Democrats themselves, the Democrats were approving of what the Democrats were doing. Obviously, all the criticisms of the Joe Biden administration withstanding, blah, 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 we can talk about that, yada, 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 yada. The problem is that the Democrats were entrenched and were always willing to never budge from the Democrats. The fact that now Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are so ridiculously fucking ineffective, and people are starting to more and more voice their fucking disapprovals, it's allowing people like AOC more breathing room to be able to criticize leadership and not get reprimanded as much for that, because of just how ridiculously weak they are and how much stronger she is in comparison. Keep in mind, Chuck Schumer is going to be, I think he's up for re-election, or he's going to retire relatively soon. He knows his position is in fucking danger, but he's just choosing to not really give much of a shit about it, which is probably going to cost him politically. When is Chuck Schumer up for re-election? Is it 2026? It's 2028 is when he's up for re-election. But he knows, broadly speaking, he is very, very, very unpopular. This creates an avenue, potentially, for a progressive. He's not going to run IMO age. You're probably correct there, Boy Meets Mini. What is his age? $74. Oh yeah, he's probably not going to run. Too old. Eric Adams is probably polling terribly, Alex, but Eric Adams is a little bit of a different case. Eric Adams decided to play the corruption game so ridiculously fucking blatantly, and that's, broadly speaking, I think the main reason for as to why Eric Adams is pretty much just fallen, but he's just fully committing to the bit of just being a corrupt, stupid asshole, and just not giving a fuck about it anymore, to be honest. Because let's be honest here, Eric Adams is not popular. The only reason why Eric Adams ended up winning the New York mayoral election was because turnout was ridiculously low. Like, very low. Wasn't the turnout like 30% or something? Like, it was really bad. And that's why he was able to win. Because there was like not many particular constituencies that he needed to appeal to. All he needed to probably appeal to was just like older, more conservative black voters, and he was able to squeak a win that way. If I were to take a guess. But, you know. The problem is, it's not about Dem voters learning, right? The problem is with the structure of the Democrats itself. The fact that there are so many fucking disparate fucking coalitions and so many people within the Democratic Party that think in particular ways is the main issue. The tent is extremely fucking big, and instead of trying to narrow the tent and stand for something in particular, the Democrats' overall strategy is to keep expanding the tent. That's not going to work, obviously. You can only expand the tent so big, obviously, to include so many people until you're just having to fucking get in a bunch of fucking Republicans at this point. Whereas, you know, the Republicans, they are just dragging their voters further and further to the right. Or rather, the voters are dragging the Republicans further and further to the right. There's a more symbiotic relationship there. The Democrats do not have that exact same relationship with their voter base. For them, it's way more fucking goddamn hostile. Yeah, the fucking stupid abundance agenda stuff. Like, yeah, fucking libertarian billionaires are saying, like, yeah, this is, like, kind of cool and good. Yeah, we like this. It's nonsense, right? Like, the main problem with the Democratic Party is, simply put, no other fucking argument here, is their political fucking strategy. That's the main fucking issue. Because, again, their dumbasses are still stuck in the fucking 90s where they had seen some semblance of fucking success. Another factor, by the way, is Obama's cultural osmosis. Obama, broadly speaking, is still relatively popular amongst Democrats. We all know the meme of, I would have voted for Obama for a third time, right? It brings blood-curdling, like, shivers to a lefty's fucking spine. But if you talk with average Democrats, they would go along with that 1,000% of the time. And if we're talking about the main people who helped catalyze that fucking strategy of do nothing, completely fucking utterly worthless fucking Democrats, the roll over on your belly, present yourself in a submissive position Democrats, it's Obama. That is the sort of, well, perception that needs to be shattered. And with shit like this, without Obama's fucking charisma to carry it, because that's the thing that was mostly able to carry it and hold water for it and distract from it, the horrid, wretched Obamaite strategy was his charisma. The fact that he was able to speak really well and sound very fucking personable. No one in the Democrats is able to fucking replicate that. And so as a result, people are starting to see through the Democrats' bullshit. And starting to say, this right here, this is an opportunity to potentially shatter the seats and annals of neoliberalism and to catalyze some form of progressive movement. This I see as an opportunity. This is sort of the contradictions of neoliberalism and the Democrats' broader fucking political strategy, the inner contradictions of it essentially beginning to show itself. Very, very clear. And lefties would be quite fucking intelligent to take advantage of this. Push people further. Everyone likes to, for example, like shit on Vosh constantly for saying you need to vote for Joe Biden in 2020. If you don't, you're a fucking idiot. This is what happens when you vote for fucking Joe Biden. It creates opportunity. There was a grander fucking strategy that was at play here. Now, Vosh may not fucking recognize that. I fucking recognize that. Because I'm not a fucking idiot. My plans and my strategies are years in advance. Because again, like I said before, without someone like an Obama type figure to carry the sort of like ineffective, feckless, pathetic, liberal sort of ineffective strategies going forward, this is what happens. Shit like this. This is what gets fucking catalyzed. And the inner contradictions of the fucking Democrats are starting to be shown plainly amongst Democrats. This is what you want. And a person who can help catalyze and harness that fucking movement are people like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. They can help harness this potential discontent in a direction forward for the party. Listen, I don't measure my plans in mere steps. I measure them in grand leaps. And this is an opportunity and a plan. But unfortunately, a lot of lefties want to squander that because of like stupid LARP idiot bullshit. And yes, you are correct, Alex. Lena Khan was very good. I will give Joe Biden credit where credit is due. I was certainly not, and I sort of take the Kyle Kalinske perspective here of where I was pleasantly fucking surprised. The only disagreement that I really had with Kyle Kalinske there, for example, was him saying, like, we have to just completely stay out of the election. There's no point. Like, they're both so ridiculously bad. He was doing the whole Bernie or bust shit. Because, again, Kyle Kalinske, unlike, I would say, probably, like, the fucking Chapo Boys, or, like, TrueAnon, or most of, like, the other, like, stupid dirtbag lefty podcasts or whatever, didn't really have any principled positions for maintaining that fucking position. Kyle Kalinske had some goddamn reasons for why he just wasn't doing it, and he would outline it constantly, which made it difficult to argue against, right? You would have to more so argue it on, like, a sort of, like, moral, philosophical perspective. Whereas, you know, Kyle would just be like, dude, like, look at what, like, fucking goddamn Joe Biden voted for and believed in. Like, fuck that. Like, but, you know, eventually, even throughout the course of 2020, even Kyle was convinced to eventually just pull the fucking trigger for Joe Biden. He eventually did it because he recognized, like, yeah, I can't do this. And now he's full, like, in support of just voting for the Democrats to make sure, like, because he was doing the whole thing, like, if you're even in, like, a swing state, you shouldn't vote for fucking Democrats. He doesn't fucking believe in that anymore. Like, not at all. He's fully, like, for, like, oh, they are completely fucking worse. So, I don't know what Kyle thought about the slogan "Abolish ICE," but I saw him recently. You need to send an apology letter to the people that said "Abolish ICE." They were right. I don't really remember about Kyle Kalinski's positions on ICE or whatever. That could just be like some fucking random bullshit. That doesn't matter. Okay, that's a tangent, completely random. Who cares about that? This is a strategic opportunity, and I need people to recognize this as a potential opportunity. Again, it's really easy to just drop the Democrats, say they're completely worthless, you know, vis-a-vis, like, dumbasses like Mike from PA or whatever, just say that they're a completely fucking worthless party. Sure, you can do that. Or, more importantly, you can harness the discontent and use it as fuel, as energy, to catalyze a takeover, a potential hostile takeover of the Democratic Party itself. Now, obviously, the DNC and the establishment, they're going to push back significantly against this. But this right here, this is an opportunity. So to say to just abandon the Democratic Party when they are at their weakest point, especially amongst Democrats themselves, would be a waste. So this is an opportunity. And with people like Zoran Mamdani, certainly giving a blueprint for a way to move forward to potentially harness this energy. That is the fucking plan. The strategy is rather simple. This is a grand strategy, but are people going to recognize this fucking strategy? Well, that's an entirely different question in of itself. All right. Nice. I know that talk was very sort of abstract and very out there, but I really do see that as a huge potential, like, this moment that we are currently finding ourselves in can certainly be very useful, right? It can be really, really potentially effective to help push more and more fucking Democrats left. And guess who ended up being fucking correct yet again? Oh, it was fucking Vosh. And not dipshits like, I don't know, Mike from PA. Crazy. Who would have thought such a thing could be fucking possible? Yeah, honestly, maybe we do need more. We need more turning left in political races. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I'm gonna do that. I forgot to fucking unmute that thing. Whatever. That's fine. People do be walling away in their sadness. Sadness. Silence? Whatever. Words. I'm really good at them.
I'm really good at words, folks. Let me tell you. I do words very good, folks. Let me tell you. I love making people really mad.
The G7 is relatively soon? Interesting. Interesting indeed. Alright. On to the next thing. What do we have here? I've seen this making the rounds, this image in particular, saying if Kamala were president, we'd be at brunch. And overall, the perspective of this lefty here, I do, broadly speaking, agree with it. So, libs will show up to protest unironically, holding signs like this, and never understand why they lose or why the left hates them. I don't broadly disagree with this, right? This sort of, like, incredibly snooty fucking attitude that's catalyzed here to sort of be like, yeah, you know, I got up, did my politics for the after like 4 years, and then just went back and did nothing. Very, very fucking annoying. When in reality, politics is a everyday fucking affair if we're talking about fighting and organizing for the rights of people. The problem that I have, honestly, with this fucking perspective is that, unfortunately, in terms of numbers, liberals, unfortunately, dwarf that of leftists. Leftists, not a lot of fucking lefties. Which is why, again, I overall pointed to the sort of disapproval rating that the Democrats currently fucking have for the Democratic establishment and for the Democratic Party, broadly speaking. This is an opportunity to potentially bring more people to your side. Because let's be honest here, okay? If we think of our, like, sort of average, normie Democrat, I would imagine someone who's broadly, like, socially progressive and probably doesn't have, like, a sort of, like, nitty-gritty sort of, like, idea for, like, as to how, like, political economy works, how the broader sort of, like, economy works. They have, like, maybe some ideas of it, but they're not 100%, like, very well educated for it. That is an opportunity there in terms of, well, radicalization potential. Now, we could talk about and quibble about the sort of, like, oh, man, the reason why you talk with people is to fucking heckin' get them radicalized for a particular thing, blah, 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 blah. You have to be very strategic and careful in the sort of, like, propaganda, the broader agitprop that you sort of engage with here. Because, again, you're very open to sort of inviting backlash like this. So leftists will spend all of their time bitching on Twitter while liberals actually organize and show up to protests. Okay. This person is correct with this perspective. The problem is that it's numbers. It's not about the organizational ability of liberal organizations. It's not what it is. The thing is that liberals have more resources and have significantly more sort of support to be able to have more time to be able to organize and to protest. Also, they have numbers on their side, which is why I was mentioning earlier. If we're talking about our sort of average normie Democrat, it's going to be a person who is, broadly speaking, very, like, socially progressive, maybe, like, more, like, has, like, a better understanding of, like, economy, kind of, sort of, but doesn't, like, have, like, a sort of, like, nitty-gritty understanding of it. But broadly speaking, it's a person who has, like, a sort of an idea about, like, you know, gay people actually are kind of cool. I don't really have a problem with them, and it's bad to be kind of racist, kind of a deal, you know? That's how I imagine your sort of average normie, sort of progressive, like, liberal type, to be honest. Like, Yeah, like, that's a good point, Alex. Like, someone who knows what a tariff is, right? Like, they're capable of engaging with reality and a bit more critical thinking ability in comparison to the Republicans, who are, well, lumpen proletariat. Like, let's be honest here, they're all, a bunch of them are just lumpen or the bourgeoisie. Like, let's keep it a $1.50 here, right? So that's why we sometimes win the White House while they can't win a city council race. Again, the numbers, simply put, are not there. Boy Meets Mini, this is where you come in. Who are the main people organizing the current fucking protests within LA? Do you know? This is very important. Don't, like, let's not pay attention to Hammer and Sickle and fucking bio. I don't particularly care about this. Like, this person's profile picture has, like, it's AOC's face on fucking Che Guevara, okay? Like, this person might not be a complete fucking dumbass, but whatever. Who are the main people that are organizing these protests? Is there any particular organization that we know about? It's not DSA, it's mostly Hispanic community orgs, ACLU, and Move On. So the American Civil Liberties Union, I would broadly saying, pretty overall sort of progressive, sort of, yeah, like, you know, sort of like a progressive, like liberal progressive organization that holds like civil liberties and everything. I don't know who Move On is. Let's move on. People Powered Progress. Progressive public policy advocacy group. These are the more of the people that are going to. So lib progressive. So again, like I've been saying, both people are kind of wrong in terms of these perspectives. There are things they're correct about, but things that they're wrong in. I think the liberals are more wrong about this. The thing is with liberals is that, well, again, liberals are higher fucking numbered and have way more fucking institutional power. So if we're talking about lefties who don't have that and are smaller number, like you've been saying, Boy Meets Mini, the DSA does co-organize with Move On and the ACLU because, again, just small fucking numbers. Just no fucking numbers. And that's a very good point there, Boy Meets Mini. Leftists need to understand where the Overton window is for the majority of disaffected Americans. That's a very, very good point. And the thing is like... The thing is like... liberal, like lefties, broadly speaking, I think they know this, but they don't know what to do with this information. Again, I've been saying this before about the Democrats' current party approval rating. This is an opportunity. It's very low right now. 58% unfavorable. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. This is an opportunity to help radicalize and push people further to the left. Talk about the ineffectiveness of the current structure of the Democratic Party. The problem is that, unfortunately, like the dumbass fucking liberals say, is that a lot of these motherfuckers are going to spend way more time doing pointless shit, like complaining on Twitter, doing fucking book club readings, and, I don't know, doing mutual aid and shit like that. Not that those are necessarily, like, the big, like, the worst things to fucking do, but if we're talking about catalyzing a potential cultural political movement, well, the liberals are correct there. If they simply just, you know, like complaining on Twitter, having they fucking book club readings of they Marxist-Leninist fucking readers and thoughts, and again, the most of the people that overall sort of like complain about this do tend to be MLs. They tend to be, not always MLs. a lot of the times it tends to be like very annoyed sort of like lefties and shit like that. Annoyed for good reasons, mind you, because liberal ineffectiveness is incredibly fucking annoying. Very, very pathetic, petulant fucking bullshit constantly. The problem is that you don't have the fucking numbers. You need more numbers. When was probably the highest concentration of, broadly speaking, people who were more left-leaning? I would argue it was probably during 2016, 2017, especially during the time of, a lot of the successes of BreadTube. A lot more fucking people were more open to identifying as progressive, democratic socialist, some flavor or brand of fucking socialist. And unfortunately, that sort of cultural momentum got stopped. It went nowhere. Nothing fucking happened. Because no one was able to sort of catalyze that movement into something that's real and tangible. Also, the DNC actively helped to snub that cultural sort of shift and movement. And what did fucking lefties do? Instead of learning and understanding that, they became nihilists. They became shut-ins. They stopped being effective in terms of the culture. They gave up. And let the fucking neoliberals take the reins and essentially drive the cart off of the fucking road. And now the fascists are in power. That's the fucking problem here. Like I said before, this is an opportunity right here. Big opportunity. If we want to catalyze the left movement, broadly speaking, we all fucking acknowledge right now that it's not cool and it's not good to be a Democrat. This can be used to your advantage. You want to help radicalize more people further and further to the left. This is how you do it. Because it's even among Democrats. Look what even happened here. Right here. January 27th. Or 2017. The Democrats are underwater in terms of approval rating because of how ineffective they have been within Congress. What was happening here? Specifically speaking. Crazy. This was when it was culturally effective and popular to be on the left. Quite literally. And then, obviously, that momentum went nowhere. People started gaining approval of the Democrats. A lot more people were happy in terms of being openly identifying as liberals. Quite literally. The cultural momentum stopped. It went nowhere. And would you look at that? It's starting to fucking happen again. Same movement. This is a strategic opportunity of grand fucking importance. This is a huge opportunity in order to help catalyze a significant cultural shift within the Democratic Party to show how ineffective that these movements are. I agree that this is fucking annoying and stupid that liberals tend to do this, and it's a very good reason for as to why the left hates them. However, if the left simply just shows up to them, talks about how much they fucking hate liberalism, which is the basis of leftism, of course, but whatever. Unfortunately, a lot of people have seemingly fucking forgotten about, like, basic philosophical rigor, but that's besides the fucking point. This, right here, is a fucking opportunity. We all remember a lot of the fucking goddamn opinion polling. We remember a lot of the fucking goddamn opinion polling saying that, hey, crazy, you know what? It's an opportunity here for us to essentially, well, you know, do something here. That's what it is. But, you know, like independents really fucking hate the Democrats. Of course, who cares about the fucking Republicans? But broadly speaking, we know. We know. The gap is fucking shifting more and more so, right? if we're talking about, like, I don't know, hardcore, like, Democratic stooges, right? Because, honestly, the people who approve of the Democrats, even then, it's, like, dipping a little bit. These are, like, hardcore fucking, like, liberal, Democratic fucking shills. You're never gonna fucking reach these people. The people that you can get to are these. Broader, sort of, like, liberal fucking progressives. Because that's who I would say the broader independent is. These are people that are very, very easy to get. Right? People who, you know, are not really, like, jiving with the fucking Democrats, but broadly speaking are some flavor of, like, liberal progressive, but they're like, you know, whatever, I don't really care about, like, participating within civic systems. There's an opportunity that can be catalyzed here. Very, very fucking important. Especially with, like, a lot of these fucking goddamn independents. Like, what? It was a Quinnipiac poll, right? It was a Quinnipiac poll of the approval of the Democrats. Its approval of Democrats in Congress ticks upward. New poll. 70% of participants said they disapprove of how Democrats are handling their jobs in Congress, while 21% approve. Among Democrats, 53% disapprove. And 41% approve. Now, this is only one fucking poll, but this is a fucking trend. This is an opportunity that cannot be wasted. Quite literally. This can be taken advantage of. And I would highly suggest for people to take advantage of this. So, don't bother going with, like, I don't know, the sort of, like, liberal apparatchiks. Like, this person's a fucking liberal apparatchik. Fucking soys out for Joe Biden in the year of our Lord 2025. This person's worthless. There's nothing to glean from here. This person's a moron, even though, like, this point is technically speaking correct, but the only reason why liberals are actually able to organize is because of the fact that, well, there's a lot more of them, and they have institutional backing, which means they have funding in order to be able to do that. In terms of, like, sudden organizational ability, it's the left that is significantly fucking better at doing that, catalyzing particular movements. Again, but the problem is that the left very often, well, is not very good at seizing particular strategic initiative, and also is very small peanuts in comparison to average sort of, like, progressive, normie, liberal, like, Democrats. And unfortunately, the Democrats know how to essentially keep those guys in line, more or less. However, that's starting to change. It's going to start to change. More and more so with, like, Chuck Schumer continuing to say, like, we're going to do nothing and let the Israelis bomb Iran and stuff like that. It's going to change more and more so. There's an opportunity here. Simply just, you know, throwing out liberals, I don't think it's not going to be fucking effective. It's not going to fucking work. More and more so, liberals are going to have the fucking sort of attitude of saying, like, man, and I think it's happening. It's happening. Man, fuck the Democrats. These guys are worthless. They're never going to do anything. They're pathetic, petulant fucking losers. That is a radicalization opportunity. That is a way forward for the left to be able to, again, catalyze a movement significantly in terms of culture in order to be able to, you know, stake a claim, create a beachhead, and start pushing forward and, you know, radicalize more people into a more equitable sort of, well, solution. And yeah, that's very true. Yeah, it's like you're saying, Boy Meets Minion. Of course, it's taken time. I think people weren't ready in 2016 or 2020, broadly speaking. But the problem is that you have to be able to adapt on a fucking dime. You have to be able to seize initiative, understand the wins, quite literally. Because again, you can't be ready for stuff like this. Cultural shifts like this, potential for cultural shifts, are a flash in the pan. And you have to be always prepared and ready to be able to take advantage. Quite literally. And very often I see a lot of lefties not being able to do that. They're too rooted within their own dogmatic perspectives. Very, very fucking often. This is an opportunity to help catalyze people into movements against the Democratic Party. Quite literally. To overall bring the culture more progressive, to significantly pull the Overton window more and more to the left in comparison to the far-right dreck shithole that it currently is right now. Like I've said before, if we want to be successful, strategic initiative at all costs must be seized. And I really do think that that is the most important factor here. So I understand the frustrations here. This is frustrating. I agree. Some fucking stupid bullshit. However, if we probably dig into what these people believe, are they actually going to be overall sort of, I don't know, Democratic Party line stooges? Maybe. Probably not. Most people are not going to be. The vibe of the Democrats is off. It's bad. And generally speaking, most of those people are going to be fucking liberals. A bunch of them are going to be like dumb fuck conservatives. But honestly, like, I think those people are like more, like, less of a factor. I'll be quite honest. They're not going to be at protests like the ones that are here. It's going to be liberal progressives. People who are disaffected with the political system. So, those are people that you can get very, very fucking easily. Again, like, this person is just like, I don't know. They're correct in terms of, like, the actual material reality, I suppose. But in terms of the substance, completely fucking wrong. It's very stupid and fucking dumb. But hey, you know, I'm not really expecting anyone who's still unironically hashtag Team Joe in the year of our Lord 2025. But I hope it's, broadly speaking, understood what I'm saying here. This is a strategic opportunity in order to be able to, well, seize strategic initiative, seize cultural initiative, and to be able to help catalyze a movement forward. Something that can be tangibly and, well, obtained in terms of pushing the Overton window or pulling the Overton window significantly back to the left. After the Democrats completely, well, fucking squandered it with Joe Biden being in office for, well, the 4 years that he was in office, allowing the Overton window to be significantly ratcheted over to the right. There's an opportunity here, and it's important for people to understand that it can be very easily seized upon. Very important. I love talking about strategic initiatives.
We love talking about strategy, folks. Very important. Very, very good, folks.
I'm gonna go grab some water because I'm a little low on water, and we're going to fucking look at this video. Oh yeah, Alex, you are right on the fucking money there. Yeah, you are completely right on the fucking money here. Like, I think this is a good time to get even centrist Dems, the attack on Pelosi, the assassination in Minnesota, and threats to arrest Gavin Newsom. These are centrists, and they should be afraid. I think even like a lot of Democrats are starting to, and this is Alex Padilla. A lot of the stuff that happened to Alex Padilla was, I think, a potential radicalizing moment in terms of Democrats. Their rhetoric has begun to move a little bit. It's starting to shake. They're starting to realize that, oh fuck, we are like in grave, like actual, like pretty grave danger. We may have to like light some kind of a fire under our asses. If that gets catalyzed, it's a completely fucking different question, of course. But again, all we can really do is just sort of like, all we can really do is just like wait and see, to be honest. That's all we can really do at this moment. See what actions the Democratic Party sort of takes in order to help sort of further fucking radicalize all of that stuff. But just gotta wait and see if it plays out. Yeah, the 3Ks. That's true. Alright. Final fucking meme. Alright. What do we got here? Channel's name here is Ben a Minute. I get what they did. And also, a preamble. They're engaged with Ben a Minute's. Ben a Minute. Still pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good pun. I approve. I never really engaged with their content before, but I saw this pop up on the recommended, and I instantaneously became interested. 2008, in terms of politics, certainly has had a lot of consequences. This was basically the start of the Great Recession, catalyzed due to George Bush's tax cuts that he passed, I believe, in 2005, which basically laid the groundwork, or perhaps the final nail in the coffin, that helped catalyze the subprime mortgage crisis and cause, well, you know, the collapse of the housing market. Obviously, we all know what Obama did in response to this. Instead of bailing out the homeowners like they initially promised that they would, he bailed out the corporations, the banks, the car companies, the millionaires and the billionaires is what he ended up eventually bailing out, and homeowners significantly fucking suffered. A lot of people were evicted, they lost their fucking homes, and, well, the federal government basically did not provide any support for that. That's a radicalizing moment for a lot of people, recognizing that, well, the Democrats are completely worthless, and no one has, well, my interests really at heart, broadly speaking. Perhaps, like, a billionaire con man who waxes poetically about all of the trade deals and pointing out the problems that do exist, but is in reality lying about them. Maybe he'll be the one who finally will help us out of this fucking economic malaise, which perfectly summarizes Trump. And I do think that focusing on 2008 is a very, very good starting point in terms of, well, where the Democrats quite literally started to, or rather the inner contradictions of the Democratic Party started to completely play out and cause the collapse into fascism that we are currently seeing to this day. We all remember, right? Under Obama's stewardship, the Democrats lost over 1,000 state seats all across the fucking country. That's a record in terms of huge losses for a party, I think, in the history of the U.S. That all happened under Obama because of just him promising hope and change, and, well, nothing came of it. But let's start the video.
The year is 2025. Income inequality is at an all-time high.
Alright, face it. Your life is a complete mess right now. The laundry's not folded, you haven't exercised in weeks,
YouTube ads!
Way too much money going out.
The year is 2025. Income inequality is at an all-time high. The planet is heating up at an alarming rate. Fascism is on Western civilization's doorstep. And for the past couple of months, I've woken up every single day with one question on my mind. How the f did we get here? And before you ask, no, this isn't one of those videos recapping The Big Short and explaining what a subprime mortgage is. Everyone's heard that story, and I want to tell a new one. One you may not have heard until now. Hey, it's been a minute. And today, we're going to try to find the exact moment in time that led us to right now. I hope everyone brought their flux capacitors because we're going back in time to Rock War is going better than many Iraqis still smolder.
Voters have chosen our first African-American president.
iPhone 3G, Obama.
Oh man, 2008 feels so nice. I can go bowling on Wii Sports. Hey look, YouTube's not polluted with cancerous alt-right content and AI Jesus. We're going to Candy Mountain. We even elected a president who has...
Oh, dude. This was like crazy just thinking about this, seeing all this fucking, like, this is like some complete fucking flash to the back fucking goddamn shit, dude. It's fucking crazy. What was I doing in 2008? I would have been in fucking school, right? I think it was in elementary school still. No, I would have been in junior high, right? Like grade 7, grade 8, 12? Yeah, like grade 8.
Above a 5th grade reading level.
Am I supposed to read it right now? Yeah, please read it. Well, perhaps you'd like to say what that very important paragraph...
Yeah, so... if you're like me, you kind of missed 2008. Making my way through adolescence in 2008 actually felt pretty prosperous. I think a lot of people around my age feel that way. We remember it as a time before the rise of smartphones, when the world just felt a little smaller, a little simpler, and a little safer. But I also think that our parents remember 2008 a bit differently. Because while we were kids, locked away in our bedrooms, blasting the Black Eyed Peas, they were the grown-ups, saddled with adulthood responsibilities, like childcare, bills, taxes, and, oh yeah, mortgages. And if you had a mortgage in 2008, there's really only one thing that you associate it with.
Yahoo down 8.5%, the most serious recession in decades. It was the worst day on Wall Street since
Hello,
the effects of the
subprime
oil crisis
mortgage
were
crisis.
devastating. Tidal waves of home foreclosures, people's lifetime retirements up in smoke. 1 in 10 Americans left unemployed. Our parents' generation was...
Guys, maybe the Reaganite experiment of deciding to put 401ks in the hands of the stock market might have been a bad thing. We probably peaking. We know the root causes for as to why, like, the subprime mortgage crisis really happened and why a lot of people's retirements ended up going in smoke. Like, we know. Thank you, Ronald Reagan and George Bush, for all of that. Very, very cool.
Traumatized. And rightly so. The American dream had been sold to them over the course of a lifetime. Yet, for so many, it had evaporated in a matter of months.
Just a little tired of the American dream.
But in this video, I want to make the argument that it wasn't just the financial crisis itself that led to political chaos, corporate capture, and general idiocracy that plagues our nation in 2025. You see, 08 was no accident. People saw this coming. Take a look at this Money Week cover article from 2006. The danger of derivatives. The exact issue that caused the 08 crisis. You're telling me journalists at a mid-sized financial magazine had more insider info than the top executives at Goldman, Morgan Stanley, and Lehman? And yet, no bank executives ever went to prison. Most of these banks are still around today, reaping in record profits. Our government's response to the crisis, specifically its callous refusal to hold the wealthy and powerful accountable, led to a profound distrust in American politics and government. And that distrust manifested in the fresh hell that is waking up every new day of 2025. But you know what? We're getting ahead of ourselves. To really understand the 08 collapse, we need to hop back.
Yeah, this is also, broadly speaking, the thing that I was describing earlier in the preamble. Again, why do people have, broadly speaking, huge distrust of the American political system? Who did Obama primarily bail out from the subprime mortgage crisis? The banks, the big companies, and, well, the rich, broadly speaking. He gave money to the banks to help shore up the banks, and as well as the car companies. That's who was bailed out primarily. These motherfuckers. Homeowners got fucking nothing. They got foreclosed on. Their lives instantaneously gone. We all know the meme right now of how it's like impossible for like an average millennial to be able to buy a house. And guess what? No one has recovered still from the subprime mortgage crisis. It's pretty fucking crazy. Again, and this was the guy who did what exactly? Whoa. Promise, hope, and change. That's what he did. And so far, in terms of, well, the hope and change that he's bringing, not much has really, changed at all. And has mostly just stayed the exact same.
Back in that flux capacitor, and this time, we're going way back.
Neoliberalism.
Whoa, 1944. Wait a second. Elon, what are you doing here? You see, 1944 was the birth date of a doctrine known as neoliberalism. As I've researched this video in 2008, I've come to understand that what happened in 08 was really a direct result of this doctrine's emerging preeminence, both globally and here in the USA. And if you want to understand neoliberalism, you've got to get to know these guys, Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman. Now I know what you're thinking. Those guys are really hot, but they were just known for their good looks. Let's start with old Foxy Friedrich. In 1944, Friedrich published a book that would come to be known as the ideological bedrock of neoliberalism, The Road to Serfdom. The Road to Serfdom lays out some of the central tenets of neoliberalism, which include the almighty power of the free market. In Hayek's worldview, the free market is the only effective mechanism for distributing knowledge and resources. So-called intrusions on the free market, social welfare programs like healthcare and low-cost education, or coercive limits on liberty. Individualism. Hayek saw individualism as the cornerstone of freedom. He argues that societies function best when individuals are left to pursue their own interests. He recast the citizen as the consumer and interpreted freedom as the freedom to buy or sell. Competition and greed.
Yep, this is like pretty fucking right on the fucking money here, dude. The sort of like live, let free kind of attitude that was being further and further catalyzed, and the crushing of unions, specifically in the 70s and in the 80s by Reagan and, well, a lot of the Republican administrations during the time, whoa crazy, was another thing that really, really helped catalyze the rise of neoliberalism. Because again, I've talked about this concept before, but the contradictions of neoliberalism are more and more being shown, I think, basically on like a fucking daily basis. You know, like with the abundance agenda, for example. It's just an attempted rebranding of the exact same fucking, well, dog shit, to be honest. Like, let's be honest here. It's just a rebranding. It's very, very funny how this video is already, well, calling out, like, the abundance agenda without really, you know, really going into what the abundance agenda is. I mean, when did this video come out? Like, about 2 months ago? Came out about 2 months ago, and, well, the abundance stuff was just like, that's very, 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 very funny. Hayek literally argued that Nazism came about due to loss of individualism. Dude, the cult of fucking individualism will forever fucking haunt us for, I don't know, decades and perhaps more generations to fucking come. Because here's the problem with fucking individualism, alright? Human society was not built on the sort of powers and grace of fucking individualism, okay? That's fucking stupid. Why are humans successful? Because we congregated together to build society, to build community, primitive accumulation, blah, 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 blah. Stuff like that. Not because of like, oh yeah, dude, the hecking free market has given you such individual freedom to be able to buy your slop dreck item from fucking Amazon. No, that's fucking stupid. Like, it's very, very dumb. That's not the main reason why the humanity ended up being as successful as it is and is the dominant species on the planet. Because we have conquered the planet. Humanity has won. We are the top of the fucking food chain in terms of, well, planet Earth. It's because of communalism, not because of individualism. It's ridiculous.
Maintain social order. Noam Chomsky said it best. The best factors of predicting success in late-stage capitalism are a combination of greed, cynicism, obsequiousness, and subordination, lack of curiosity and independence of mind, and self-serving disregard for others.
Whoa, that is just a complete, perfect encapsulation. That's pure death of fucking subjectivity shit right there, dude. The fact that the individualism, the individualized, atomized fucking attitudes that everyone fucking engages with nowadays. And I think it's not just like neoliberal capitalism that has done this. I think it's also other factors like suburbanization significantly contributes to this. The fact that there are lack of third places. Obviously the destruction of unions. It is much harder for people to, well, socialize and interact and be able to form communities and social bonds with people. It is so much harder for people to do that. Like, you know, there's been like studies out there saying that like people are finding it much harder to find even like friends, and they maybe have like one best friend in their lives, or maybe like one friend or two friends in their lives. That's a problem. There is a lack of social cohesion because, again, what's fucking destroying social cohesion? Car culture, the complete like subservience to individualism, suburbanization, all of these different fucking goddamn factors. That's the main fucking issue here, right? Death of fucking subjectivity bullshit.
I like to think of neoliberalism as capitalism on steroids. It catalyzes profit-generating capital owners, leaving the rest of us with nothing but vague promises that wealth will trickle down from our buffed-up billionaires. Now, it's important to understand that Hayek's new philosophy was not initially popular. In fact, it represented a divergence from the dominant economic model of the early 20th century, Keynesian economics, which viewed government intervention, especially through fiscal policy, spending, and taxation, as necessary to stabilize the economy, boost demand, and...
Dude, people have been also saying that, like, Keynesianism has been fucking debunked. And I just asked, like, in what way? How has Keynesianism been fucking debunked? If we had fucking Keynesian economics right now, you know what would fucking happen? Whoa, crazy. Probably a huge fucking explosion of economic growth, unlike that has been seen since World War II. But, you know, I guess, like, it's Jover for Keynesianism because, again, the main people that have regained the annals of power because of people becoming more comfortable and, well, falling asleep to the fucking propaganda of individualism and the sort of, like, the freedom that's being catalyzed by the fucking free market or whatever. I've all fallen asleep to the wheel and have let, well, the rights that have been so hard fought for during the fucking 30s to be, well, washed away by, well, the bourgeoisie and the rich. Because, again, keep in mind, even during the 1930s, the 1940s, when Keynesianism was at its fucking peak, the bourgeoisie, the capitalists, the rich, have never stopped fighting to try to undo all of that stuff. Meanwhile, the people, unfortunately, fell asleep at the wheel and became lulled into sweet nothings. Because, quick reminder, during that time, the Republican and the Democratic Party were essentially like a uniparty during like the 40s and the 50s, but then changes started to happen. And guess who were the main catalysts for that? The rich and the bourgeoisie.
And reduce unemployment during downturns. But that's where Milton Friedman comes in. Friedman can be thought of as Hayek's most dutiful disciple. He also sort of functioned as his PR man, with a penchant for translating some of Hayek's more complex and academic concepts into short, accessible sound bites. If you've ever heard the term invisible hand of the market, Friedman coined that. And he and others set about the task of injecting Hayek's economic ideas around deregulation, privatization, and financialization into think tanks, universities, and governments around the globe. I bet you can guess which country loved his ideas. Reagan is often thought of as sort of the intellectual godfather of American neoliberalism. And while I'm not prepared to give that guy credit as intellectual anything, it is true that his administration implemented a no-holds-barred blitz of Hayek-Friedman policy. Simultaneously, Reagan's reign coincided with a rapid rise in economic inequality, heretofore unseen in our nation's history. Check out this chart showing the relative wealth share of the top 1% versus the bottom 50%. Reagan gets elected in 1981, the wealth of the 1% spikes, and...
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Again, what did Reagan do? Significantly crack down on unions. For quick reminder, who was the guy who fired the air traffic control unions? That was Reagan who fucking did that. That was him. And we all know the fucking meme, right? The good old wage productivity graph. We've seen this before. Productivity soaring while hourly compensation has been going down. What happened during the fucking 70s? Well, first off, there was the oil crash that happened. But this was when, guess what? The bourgeoisie and the rich were able to help catalyze more and more sort of anti-union legislation. And we're starting to cut down in terms of the power that unions and worker representation had. And of course, Reagan makes that 10 times fucking worse. Especially with a lot of his fucking goddamn policies. Ratcheting up the fucking goddamn dial in terms of, well, just how ridiculously bad wealth inequality was starting to get. That was him. That was all fucking Reagan. And obviously, whoa. It still hasn't really gotten much better, and the gap continues to increase. Pretty crazy, isn't it? But it's all started from that motherfucker Reagan.
Spikes, and it's been rising ever since. Turns out the invisible hand of the market has a sneaky tendency to reach into the pockets of the working class. Now, it would be untrue to categorize conservatives as the only administrators of the neoliberal agenda. One of the most important victories for the neoliberal order came under Bill Clinton's administration, and it just so happens to be one of particular importance in our quest for understanding what happened in 2008. The repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act. See, Glass-Steagall codified a fairly common sense notion. Basically, the money for bread isn't supposed to be spent at the casino. In 1933, the Glass-Steagall Act was passed as a direct response to the Great Depression. It was designed to separate commercial banking from investment banking to prevent conflicts of interest. It enacted three basic principles. Commercial banks, where people deposit money, were not allowed to engage in risky investment activities. Investment banks...
Yeah, and guess who fucking passed that shit? Oh. Whoa, crazy. It was our fucking boy, FDR, who fucking passed this shit, the Glass-Steagall Act. Because again, what was happening at the time? Oh, the fucking Depression. So, radical fucking goddamn changes needed to happen to fucking banking in order to help deal with the fucking Depression. Crazy.
Trade securities and engage in speculative investments were not allowed to take deposits from regular customers. Banks could not merge into financial giants that did both. This law kept banks from using customer savings for high-risk investments, reducing to the chance of another Great Depression. The Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, signed into law by President Bill Clinton, repealed Glass-Steagall, removing the barrier between commercial banks and investment banks. This allowed mega banks like Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, and Bank of America to form, merging traditional banking with speculative trading. It doesn't take an economics PhD to figure out why merging commercial and investment banking is a bad idea. It's kind of like hearing your little niece's dance recital is going to be held at Danny's Gentlemen's Club. Like, yeah, I guess it's sort of the same activity, but those should probably be held at two different locations, right? I guess I got to rent it out during the day, though. But whatever. Just added to the list of things that really shouldn't be together, but all too often are. Church and state, the combination Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and Matt Gaetz and 16-year-olds. The repercussions of these mega banks are still seen constantly today. At the time of recording this video, just yesterday, Bank of America, who provides financial services for 69 million U.S. consumers and small businesses, was hit by a massive data breach. This breach happened all the way back in December, and the customers of B of A didn't hear about it until yesterday.
Dude, do you know how often these fucking data breaches have been constantly happening? And I mean, you know, this is also like a sort of like broader sort of problem with capitalism in general, right? The sort of like proclivity for capitalism to sort of want to monopolize. Like Marx also said the exact same shit. Capital simply seeks one thing and one thing only, and that is maintenance of all control under itself, under, well, wealth, under the power of money, capital, wealth, you know, sort of the idea that more and more concentrations of wealth lead to, well, more control, more power being catalyzed under a fewer and fewer sort of, you know, fewer hands of people having control of all of that wealth and power. Guys, it's almost as if the problem is that if you do laissez-faire capitalism even harder, and that the invisible hand is going to be the main thing that corrects everything. It turns out it's just like, yeah, the corrections that we're doing is taking more money away from the poor. Great.
And last year, Citigroup and JP Morgan both announced breaches too, months after the fact. Your bank could be breached right now, and it might take you 9 months to hear about it. You really want to give criminals that much of a head start to get access to your personal information? I don't think so. That's why we should talk about today's sponsor, Aura. Aura keeps an eye on my personal data, including my social security number. Spend a minute to try 14 days sponsoring this video. All right, enough of this Cold War era crap. Let's hop back in the time machine and go back to 2008.
Those on Wall Street cannot resume taking risks without regard for consequences.
It was the worst day on Wall Street since the crash of
Whoa, crazy. I loved how Obama waxed poetically about fucking Wall Street and bankers, and then he fucking goddamn bails them out. Gee, I wonder why no one has any trust in the American political system anymore. Crazy.
1987.
We're down 9% today. The central banks over in Frankfurt is down by 9%. The Paris market down by 9%.
By now, the story of the 08 crisis has been artfully rendered in movies like The Big Short and Margin Call, books like The Return of Depression Economics and Panic, as well as by countless newspaper articles, podcasts, magazine write-ups, and your drunk Uncle Dave at Thanksgiving when somebody makes the mistake of bringing up Obama. Some of these sources are better than others, so here's a quick recap for those who have only heard your Uncle Dave's version. For decades, the American housing market was seen as rock solid. Prices always went up, banks made safe loans, and people paid their mortgages. It was so stable, in fact, that the mega banks had a bright idea. What if we pulled all these mortgages together and then sold them as a bond? They were called mortgage-backed securities, and what's important to understand about these securities is that they were extremely lucrative. Investors...
Oh, they made a ton of fucking money. The problem was... Not exactly stable, especially once regulators fucking found out, because they were currently asleep at the fucking wheel. Because normally, this is illegal. You shouldn't fucking do this. But, legal loopholes, if we just put them together, trying to make a fuck ton of fucking money, privatizing a bunch of fucking homes and stuff like that. What could possibly go wrong? It blew into a bubble. The bubble fucking popped. Especially since a lot of this was helped catalyzed by the Bush tax cuts during, I think it was 2005, I believe, was the Bush tax cuts. Concentrating more and more wealth within the fucking wealthy, blowing up the fucking debt and the deficit, blah, 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 blah. We all know the fucking meme, yada, yada, yada. Republicans love to constantly give tax cuts to the rich, despite the economic fucking consequences, give more control to the rich, yada, yada, yada. They have more fucking money to play with, to do stupid shit like this, and as a result, cause a huge collapse of the economy. Very cool.
Investors love these things. So much, in fact, that they needed to sell more. Banks realized that they can make way more money by lending to riskier borrowers with bad credit. A regular mortgage was boring. A 30-year fixed rate, responsible borrowers, a subprime mortgage? Oh, baby, now we're talking. Higher interest rates and more profits. But how do you get more subprime borrowers? It's simple.
We love making our economic system into a gambling machine. Who loves gambling? Gambling, woo!
Lower your standards. No proof of income? No problem. No down payment? No problem. Credit scores in the toilet? Here's your loan. Here's the thing about bad loans. Eventually, people stopped paying them back. Subprime borrowers started defaulting in 2006 and 2007. Foreclosures skyrocketed, flooding the market with homes.
By the way, quite literally, this is the exact same shit that happened during the Great Depression. The Great Depression was helped and catalyzed because a lot of people were, and this is one of the factors that happened with the Great Depression, a lot of people were borrowing tons of fucking money, right? The analogy is very, very similar here. Lots of people were getting credit cards out in their fucking name, and they were, racking up a ton of interest and not paying anything back. What happens when eventually you try to go back, try to get the fucking money, that you were lending out to a bunch of people, assuming, no credit history, no nothing like that? Because back during the 20s, none of that fucking shit existed. What do you mean? There was no fucking enforcement mechanisms to make sure that people were paying back their credit cards. All of this fucking debt, all the fucking interest that was constantly accumulated eventually fucking snowballed into the fucking goddamn banks crashing. And as a result, it caused the fucking world economy to crash. Thus, the Great Depression happened. Crazy.
Home prices started falling fast. Banks had billions of dollars in bad mortgage securities, and suddenly, nobody wanted to buy them. Cue the panic.
Zero. Triple B's.
Sure.
And then that happens.
What is that?
That's America's housing market.
So that's the story. And by now, you've probably heard it for the millionth time. But something else was happening around this time that's worth paying attention to. Americans were starting to lose their trust in America. Let's take a look. Yikes. Check out that drop from the turn of the century to around 08. I haven't seen a fall off that since Kanye on InfoWars. So what was happening to cause this drop? Well, for one thing, our government had utilized imaginary, non-existent weapons of mass destruction as justification for entangling us in a financially crippling and ethically dubious war halfway across the world. The ramifications which include millions of civilian deaths, over $2.4 trillion in U.S. resources, and power vacuum which created the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria.
I call upon all nations.
Oh, yeah. That is also another fucking problem. This fucking complete bumble fucking dumbass over here lied about going into Iraq, which is a war that ended pretty recently. When did the pullout of Iraq pretty much happen? Yeah, fucking dumb. Listen, George W. Bush and his fucking consequences will be written about for the decades to come. This motherfucker ruined a lot of fucking shit with America. You want to talk about, again, Besides the fact that he did the tax cuts, which helped probably catalyze the subprime mortgage crisis, but also Iraq and Afghanistan was also this fucking guy. Causing, crazy amounts of fucking debt and fucking goddamn deficits in order to sort of, become much, much worse. I think Bush led to Trump. Yes and no. Yes and no. Obama was offered a potential off-ramp. Obama was offered a off-ramp. Quite literally. If he bailed out the fucking homeowners during 2008, I don't think Trump would have risen. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think it was more complicated factorings. I'll be quite honest. John Roberts appointed by Bush is handling power over to Trump. Sure, but that is true. Supreme Court picks and everything, but I don't think so. Obama had an off ramp and he didn't fucking take it. He didn't take it.
To do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
But you know what? That's a story for another day. Because another factor, one more crucial to our story, is that in 2008, Americans were scared. Millions of people who had spent most of their lives in relative financial comfort suddenly faced the prospect of losing their job or their home. Americans were fed up with the neoliberal status quo. People wanted change. People wanted Obama. And the first thing on Obama's hope and change checklist was what to do with these big fat banks. You probably heard the phrase too big to fail. And to be fair, there is some legitimacy behind that idea. Largely due to the ramifications of the repeal of Glass-Steagall, banks ballooned in size during the 90s and early 2000s. Many were so interconnected and embedded in the American economy that a full collapse could have been catastrophic for everyday Americans. So as we all know, we, the taxpayers, bailed them out. One of the first actions Obama took was to administer a program known as TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program. TARP was a program that used taxpayer money to buy assets and equity from financial institutions after the collapse. Picture this. You've got this crowd of bank execs milling about, all sheepish grins and shrugged shoulders because their multi-billion-dollar bet on the housing industry has gone belly up. Now what we should have done is rounded up all these slack-jawed mouth breathers and had them fight to the death, Hunger Games style. But instead what we did is dropped a Hunger Games style $700 billion care package right into the crowd. That care package was TARP, 100% funded by American taxpayers. Now at this point you might be thinking, how did these banks do this? How did they manage to market these dog shit mortgage-backed securities like they were risk-free mutual funds? A huge part of that answer is that they had insurance. And almost all of that insurance was provided by one single company. AIG. AIGFP sold massive amounts of credit default swaps, a type of insurance policy for the mortgage-backed securities, and collateralized debt obligations that banks were selling like hotcakes. And the banks loved these swaps because they let them claim that their risky investments were insured, making them feel safer. AIG raked in huge profits without setting aside enough cash.
Oh, that's actually fucking crazy, dude. So basically, an insurance company basically scammed a bunch of banks into fucking doing this, and the fucking banks fell for the scam. That's so fucking funny, dude. God.
For potential losses because they assumed that home prices would never crash, which of course they did. So now AIG needs to be bailed out too because just like the banks, these boys have become too big to fail. Enter TARP to the rescue once again. But then AIG did the unthinkable. Something so egregious that it even boggled my deeply cynical mind. They took the taxpayer TARP bailout, and you know what the very first thing they fucking did with it was? Paid all of their executives bonuses. In March 2009, AIG announced that they were going to pay out hundreds of millions in executive bonuses using the recently distributed TARP money from the Obama Treasury Department. Truly evil shit. At first, the announcement was met with outrage from both sides of the aisle. Here's how Chuck Grassley, a Republican senator, responded to the announcement.
I would suggest the first thing that would make me feel a little bit better towards them is if they'd follow the Japanese example and come before the American people and take the deep bow and say, I'm sorry. And then either do one of two things, resign or go commit suicide.
The Obama administration vowed to put a stop to this. His initial statement from March of 2009. This is a corporation that finds itself in financial distress due to recklessness and greed. How do they justify this outrage? Wall Street argued that the bonuses were embedded in contracts.
Okay, listen. Okay, this is really easy. You know what you do? You put Glass-Steagall back in and you fucking start breaking up the fucking banks. That's what you do. You go fucking full Teddy Roosevelt. But again, at this point, this is stuff that a sort of like strategy that I've broadly talked about here. The fucking do nothing goddamn Democrats, because again, what's the Democrats' fucking goal at this point? Very often they just want the exact same moneyed interests that the Republicans have to help bankroll their fucking campaigns. Due to the fact that, well, they just want the fucking money like the Republicans do. That's the whole fucking problem. Why do you think that Obama, fucking primarily speaking, bailed out the fucking banks and essentially just helped catalyze this more sort of like do-nothing, centrist, LARP bullshit? Well, the Democrats wanted that fucking billionaire company cash, right? That's what they wanted. It all comes back to who currently is helping maintain the annals of the systems of control and hierarchy that are currently plaguing the fucking system. It's the billionaires, it's the corporations, it's the rich. They are the common factor here.
signed prior to the bailout, and that failure to honor these contracts would be illegal. Congress tried to pass a 90% tax on AIG bonuses to claw back the money, but the bill died in the Senate after intense lobbying from Wall Street. Ultimately, only a fraction of the bonuses were returned voluntarily. This was truly beyond the pale. Surely someone in American leadership was going to step up and put a stop to this, but nobody ever did. Obama had campaigned on hope and change, but the banks and the insurance industry ended up conducting business as usual. So if we're gonna help the big boys on Wall Street, surely the rest of us on Main Street should get a little support too, right? Well, in 2008, one way to help the average American would have been to legalize a process called cram down. And no, it's not just what Chris Christie does when he sees a family-sized bag of M&Ms. Cram down is basically a legal process in bankruptcy courts where a judge can reduce the principal balance of a loan, effectively forcing the lenders to accept lower payments from borrowers. While cram down was already available for certain types of loans like commercial real estate and car loans, it was not extended to primary residence mortgages, largely due to...
Yeah, that's the second thing. So basically everyone had to be the ones who had to pay for the loans in the fucking house, essentially financially ruining them. Jesus Christ, dude.
Opposition from, you guessed it, banks. Chris Christie? Had the Obama administration successfully extended cram down to residential mortgages, it would have significantly improved the recovery for struggling homeowners. Not only would it have massively reduced the foreclosures, but it would have shifted the burden of the crisis from the American taxpayer, who funded government bailout programs like TARP, onto banks, forcing them to absorb some of the financial losses from their own irresponsible lending practices. But of course, it didn't happen. While the Obama administration initially supported cram down legislation, it failed in the Democratic-controlled Senate after heavy lobbying from the banks and the financial industry. So that's it. That's the story of 2008. The banks got...
Wall Street Democrats. This is the problem. Thank you, George Bush, for essentially shifting the sort of, instead of like, you know, working class position, sort of like more helping sort of working class position Democrats that used to fucking exist before. And then, well, thank you to the sort of like third way fucking position and bullshit. And like I said before, the Democrats wanted to chase the exact same fucking donors that the Republicans have. Well, you have stuff like this happening. That's how 2008 happened, and essentially, instead of bailing out the homeowners, Obama bailed out the banks. And, well, you know, the whole TARP program, the whole AIG nonsense. This is how it happens. And there we go. You have now created discontent and distrust. Like I said before, like I've been describing before, Obama, because of his, like, neoliberal fucking petulance and abstemiousness, and wanting to chase the exact same executives and donors as the Republicans had, well, what happened? Catalyzed some of the greatest historic losses of the Democratic Party for, well, decades at that point. He lost, over 1,000 state Senate seats all across the fucking country. This is how it happens. This is how radicalization happens. Further and further right. This is how it fucking happens. If you just don't bail out the homeowners. Like I said before, Obama had an off-ramp. And at this point, it looked like he had 2 off-ramps. He took none of them because of the fact of who controls the annals of Congress, who currently has control of the systems of the systems and the maintenance of hierarchy that exist within the American political system. It's the rich.
Got bailed out, the executives got bonuses, and everyday Americans got bent over. Okay, time to head back to the present. Oh, no, don't stall out on me, you piece of shit, we're not home. I knew I shouldn't have bought the Tesla charger for the flux capacitor. God, where are we? Oh, no, no, please, no, not again.
It is amazing how you can delete 33,000 emails.
Welcome back to 2016, guys.
Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he's the winner of this race and will return to the White House.
Fight for a great future for Germany. Fight for a great future for Germany. Go, go, go.
We love the
Now, I want to be fair. In this video, I've been largely critical of the Obama administration and their response to the 2008 financial crisis. But his administration did oversee some incremental but important reforms as well. The passage of Dodd-Frank instituted some common sense banking regulations, and the Affordable Care Act cut the number of uninsured Americans in half. This had the effect of reducing inequality. In 2015, the final year of Obama's presidency, low-wage workers actually rose at a rate above their high and medium wage counterparts. For the first time in decades, the invisible hand of the market had been swatted back by the pockets of the American workers, even if it was just a little slap on the wrist. But then Wall Street had an idea, something so crazy, it just might work. Perhaps if the invisible hand is losing its pickpocketing touch, it could instead grab by the foot. That's right. Trump descended down his golden escalator and shifted the paradigm of American politics for good. But how did he do it? How did a reality TV star who had already run for president 2 times before as a laughingstock become the Republican frontrunner in a matter of months? Well, to understand that...
Wait, he ran for the presidency twice before? Really? Huh? What?
How did he do it? How did a reality TV star who had already run for president 2 times before as a laughingstock become the Republican frontrunner in a matter of months? Well, to understand that, I think we need to take a look back at the chart that I showed you earlier. But this time, let's focus on the period between 2008 and 2015, when Trump announced his run. Notice anything? That line is flatter than a Jeb Bush joke at a campaign rally.
Please clap.
You see, despite the modest policy successes under Obama that I listed, the American public never regained its trust in government after 2008. Obama had campaigned and won on a message of disruption and change, but he had governed as part of the establishment. Americans still wanted their outsider. Now, I know what a lot of you are thinking. Ben, Trump isn't an outsider. He's an elite. He lives on a golf course and flies on the Epstein jet. But in the context of the 2016 Republican Party, it is absolutely true that Trump was an outsider. Don't believe.
This is actually a very fucking good point by Ben. Yeah, like the sort of rhetoric that Trump was engaging in 2016 in terms of like,
well, let me tell you folks, it was the trade policies that these guys voted for. These guys voted for. Listen, let me tell you folks, I was the one who also helped pay these guys. I don't have to listen to any of these guys, you know, all the billionaires that give the money to the politicians in order to do all of this sort of policy that screw you over, the American people.
And guess what? That rhetoric right there by Trump, highly fucking effective, you know? We all know, like, the classic hits from 2016 that were very, very effective politically by Trump. We know, we've done the examinations and stuff like this before. There was a reason why he was going to very obviously win, and why Hillary Clinton was going to fucking lose, because it's just like, dude, like, she doesn't have the fucking sauce. The Democrats are not going to fucking meet the moment. Because, again, of the strategy at this point that has been sort of solidified and codified, and, like, not codified, but, well, solidified and, let's also say, like, kind of codified by Clinton and the Obamas. If you just do minor reforms and don't really do much of anything, you can probably win elections because, again, like, no one's going to want to vote for the Republicans because they're just, like, they're just so silly and crazy. But, hey, stuff was also changing within the Republican Party. What happened during the Obama administration, for example? The Tea Party movement. The fucking goddamn Republican Party moving along with their voter base because they were getting further and further right due to being screwed over completely by the political establishment that existed, well, broadly speaking, in the annals of Congress because of the subprime mortgage crisis. People were getting more and more radicalized because, well, so much stuff that was kind of around the corners. A lot of course, Republican propaganda also helped with this quite significantly to sort of help catalyze these further right movements within the voter base. And, well, the Tea Party helped reply in fucking kind. They significantly helped move the Overton window in terms of Republican thought and fucking discourse more and more to the right, forcing the Republicans to have to shift with them. And as a result, all of this rhetoric, the media, the propaganda swirling around, well, catalyzed and swirling around because of the Tea Party, helped create the rise of a Donald Trump. Because he was the one who harnessed that energy in order to be able to easily get into the fucking White House in 2016.
Believe me, let's take a little trip down memory lane of what he and his Republican colleagues said about each other back then.
You all have friends. You all have friends that are thinking about voting for Donald Trump. Friends, do not let friends vote for con artists.
Donald, you're a sniveling coward, and leave Heidi the hell alone. First of all, Rand Paul shouldn't even be on the stage. He's number 11. He's got 1% in the polls, and how he got up here, there's far too many people.
Trump was absolutely a disruptor in the Republican Party. It's weird. In a lot of ways, Trump won by singing the same song as Obama. Sure, he changed the lyrics and made him a little more racist.
They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people.
Okay, a lot more racist. But the melody, the feeling, that was the same. Think about it.
Under my administration, we're fighting against the lobbyists, the special interests, and the corrupt Washington politics.
Or what about?
The forgotten man and the forgotten woman. Well, you're not forgotten anymore. That I can tell you.
This sort of rhetoric tapped into the same part of the American...
Very, very good fucking rhetoric, dude. Right? Talking about the corrupt elites. Also the trade. Like, constantly talking about trade all the fucking time and saying that,
well, I'm a businessman. I totally know how trade works. I know the economy works, folks. I think TPP is full of shit. I think these trade deals complete crap. We all know this, folks.
That tapped in to the American psyche very, very effectively. And now, like, look at this. Like, more and more fucking, like, union voters are voting fucking Republican, for fuck's sake, at this point. Like, it's ridiculous.
Psyche that Obama activated. The disaffected and the disenchanted felt like they had a voice. And when he faced off against the most entrenched establishment politician of the 21st century, the literal embodiment of politics as usual, you can almost understand how people fell for his grift.
What year was America great?
When it was founded.
Except for the slavery stuff.
Except for the slavery stuff, you know?
Ooh. Or maybe people are just dumbasses. All right, that's enough 2016 for today.
Yeah, let's be honest here. The factor of also the lumpen proletariat should also be something that's pointed out here, to be honest. And who helped catalyze the sort of like death and sort of fall of critical thinking that happened, broadly speaking, in America. That was Reagan when he decided to remove a lot of the subsidies for universities. No more fucking subsidized education. The privatization of education started because of that. And also, well, George Bush with standardized based testing and no fucking child left behind. Essentially bringing in market forces to, well, be the main thing that's pushing education forward. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. We love the death of critical thinking and education, creating, well, a lot more lumpen proletariat for a Donald Trump to be able to take significant advantage of.
Well, we're back. We're in the year 2025. And if you're like me, this year hasn't felt like a great one to live in. Every day we wake up and read stories about how people are losing access to their healthcare, or about how we're relinquishing our commitment to helping the planet, or about how our president is planning to build a luxury resort on the rubble of a society that we helped bomb into oblivion. I wanted to make this video because I wanted to understand how we got here. It's sort of like that comic quote.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Sort of stupid, but also sort of poignant. I think it's important to understand that we didn't just wake up one day with Trump and MAGA and all of these problems. We are where we are in 2025 for a whole host of reasons. And what happened in 2008 is just one piece of the puzzle. If you're like me, most days I'm pretty pessimistic about our future. And really the only thing that I found that helps combat this doomer outlook is attempting to put together the pieces of what brought us here. I think it helps to go back and look at how 2008 led to 2025. Because it's a reminder that things weren't always like this. And that means that things don't have to be like this moving forward. If we can understand how our past shaped our present, then I think we have a chance at shaping a future that's a little bit brighter. Which is why I'll be making more videos that are focused on trying to make
I do like, yeah, like the coconut tree meme. Listen, people memed on the coconut tree because it sounded like kind of awkward and silly. But again, what Kamala Harris was talking about with the fucking coconut tree, not exactly wrong. Like, it's a little awkward. Sounds kind of silly, but wasn't wrong, to be honest.
Make sense of how we got here. I'm considering making this into a new series on my channel. So if you enjoyed this video and want to follow me on this journey, you can let me know by liking this video.
I think we're pretty much done here. Lovely, fantastic. Great video there by Ben a Minute. Ben a Minute. I really like the pun. It's a very good pun. Very, very good. So, again, like, broadly speaking, we know what sort of helped catalyze a lot of this moment, right? Like, we can, like, point to, like, a lot more fucking specific things. Wage productivity gap, the sort of, stifling of unions, of a lot of worker representation to be able to fight for themselves, as a result of, well, policies from Reagan, the oil crisis from 1974 also sort of helped catalyze this significantly. You know, a lot of union power was destroyed. And as a result, a lot of workers were not able to sort of, well, advocate for themselves. And everything started to become more atomized thanks to a lot of the policies and thoughts and ideas that neoliberalism sort of helped to introduce. And we talked about this before, like, you know, suburbanization, the death of subjectivity, you know, people not being able to sort of fit and understand, like, another person's shoes, for example. We've talked about all these, like, factors that have helped build up to this moment. You know, like, we can even, like, throw in fucking Gamergate here, right? If we're talking about the sort of, like, more cultural sort of, like, predispositions, you know. We can sort of, like, talk about this for, like, ages at this point. But I really do think, like, Obama was offered multiple off-ramps. He got 2 fucking off-ramps, and he took none of them. And people are, broadly speaking, surprised that the American people started to lose faith in the systems of governance that they used to live under, or not used to, but currently fucking live under. It was obvious that a fucking Trump was going to rise as a fucking result of this, because Trump tapped into that, similar to Obama. Of course, it was a lot more racist. That's more of a sort of, like, result of the cultural osmosis of the time of what was happening, a Gamergate, yada yada yada, shit like this. Trump sort of, like, seizing on that momentum to be like, oh, well, you know, I think it's really okay for a lot more racism and people to be racist now and be more open about being racist. Very cool. Well, that's because of Gamergate. That's all Gamergate right there. But as was said before, you know, the repeal of Glass-Steagall under Bill Clinton, Dodd-Frank not being enough, the ACA not really being enough, you know, some regulation doing something about the invisible hand of the market. It wasn't enough. And that's pretty much the perfect encapsulation of, well, current neoliberals and liberals in general. A lot of the sort of, like, do-nothing sort of attitude that the Democrats sort of encapsulate, and why, whoa, we're currently in this sort of, like, neo-fascistic moment that we find ourselves in right now. A lot of it can be attributed to 2008. I don't know if it's correct to blame everything on 2008. That's, like, the sort of only, let's be honest here. Probably the only, like, slight disagreement that I would have with Ben a Minute, but Ben a Minute also brought up Reagan, brought up a lot of stuff that Bush did, you know, the Iraq War, but I also would include, you know, Patriot Act stuff. I would also include the sort of death of critical thinking and the death of education that basically Bush helped finish off and catalyze after what Reagan did by ending the subsidies that universities used to have because of Lee Atwater saying, like, you know, if we keep subsidizing fucking universities, we're going to have an educated proletariat. And if there's an educated proletariat, that's going to be some problems for us. That's not going to be good for us. Ending those fucking subsidies, no child left behind, standardized base testing, all of these fucking factors throughout the past 40 years. Also, the trade deals also being a big factor for this, right? Helping ruin the economy. Not ruin the economy, but ruin the jobs of people in rural areas in the Midwest, hollowing out those towns, those villages, or what have you, completely into the husks that they are now. These are the reasons. And yeah, you bring up a really, really good point, Alex. Yeah, Obama didn't take the off-ramps, but also the Republicans became significantly more hysterical under Obama, like the birther shit, and Trump was a king birther. Again, like, cultural osmosis also can't really be ignored by this. Same with the actions of the Tea Party. The Tea Party was a huge factor that brought the Republicans significantly more to the right. Huge, huge, huge factor. They can't be ignored. But overall, a lot of points here by Ben a Minute. Fantastic points. Very, very good. But I guess mostly what I wanted to add there is a lot of additive stuff, like, you know, the Tea Party, death of subjectivity, that broadly speaking has been more and more so catalyzed because of Gamergate. I think Gamergate is also a giant factor in sort of like neo-fascistic cultural malaise that we find ourselves in. You know, it's a huge thing there. Broadly speaking, if we are to sort of like point to factors for as to why we currently find the moment that we find ourselves in, there's a lot of complicated factors that, you know, you can go into with like multiple books, talk about them, yada 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 yada. Tons of things that you can talk about, but overall, very good points here raised by Ben a Minute. Fantastic, very good. And yeah, there is only one solution to all of this. You know, like, I do like the sort of meme here saying, like, you know, we are kind of currently in a moment where we're sort of like in a sort of socialism or barbarism type moment, and it's seemingly more and more so that barbarism is the thing that's being chosen here. Like, you know, I don't like how like fucking silly and like LARPy it sounds, but I kind of like sort of agree with the position that, like, if nothing is fucking done about the sort of like cultural, social, political, economic malaise that we're finding ourselves in, it's only going to get worse and worse until it just really just descends down. Like, could this be like America's fucking Weimar moment? Like, maybe, but I don't know. Given the sort of like things that we've looked at and talked about before, about how the Democrats have been catalyzed as like the sort of do-nothing party, tweak around the edges to be technocratic, when people simply just don't want that anymore, and the Republicans are simply put just a party of evil and will just do evil shit to scapegoat and deflect from the fact that, well, they're just making the lives of everyone worse and helping more solidify the systems of power and control that currently operate within the annals of fucking Congress. We just have to basically deal with these consequences, and, well, things are probably going to get a lot worse before they get better, especially if the fucking Democrats decide to not get their fucking heads up out of their asses. And judging by the sort of actions that they're taking right now, I don't think they're gonna fucking do that. But all we can really do is just wait and see what happens. I'm not particularly fucking confident. I am rather pessimistic, I would say, that, you know, neoliberalism is dead. It's never gonna fucking come back, and, well, it's gonna be fucking barbarism, I think, pretty much at this point, unless something completely drastic, like New Deal 2, Electric Boogaloo, and, like, cultural fucking reconstruction of America, or, like, not reconstruction, but cultural revolution of America at this point has to fucking happen if you even want to think about fixing any of this stuff. But hey, is anyone going to be in the annals of power in order to help catalyze these particular, like, radical fucking movements to a sort of more equitable, better position? Honestly, I want to remain optimistic, but personally, I don't think it'll really happen. But I don't know. I don't really have much else to say besides that, unfortunately. Nice. It's 1 in the morning again. Son of a bitch. But yeah, we are done here, gamers. We're done.
Very good, very good, folks. Let me tell you. Fantastically done, as always.
It's 12 here. It's 1 here.
Who the hell is streaming? Who is streaming right now? Let me tell you, folks. Very important that we take a look.
See that Zane is on. Why don't we raid out to Zane? Why not? Warframe Sensei. Zane, of course. Common chatter here. There's a streamer as well. Doing quite great for themselves. Starting out. Very, very cool. Very good. We love that for Zane. Anywho. You dorks know what to do. You know what to say. Transstride with a Daho raid butt if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the wowie with a Daho raid butt. How we show appreciation to those range 20K gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and what? It's gonna be Wally, Trick House, and maybe Morgan. Morgan? Not Morgan. Norman! That's what's gonna happen. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.